surprise show. It's a surprise to me too. Yeah. That's a bad rhyme. Welcome to the super exclusive free 5-hour boot camp live stream. This is a live stream in which you will learn how to love yourself, how to file your taxes, and change your life for the worse. Welcome. At the end, there's a link that will pop up at the end of this video, and it will charge your credit card $4,997.99. And since you're watching now, there's nothing you can do about it. Meow. We have replacement Tara once again. I think real Tara might join us because she was just over here a minute ago. So fingers crossed, everybody. So I was not planning on doing a stream today. We were going to do cringefluencers today, but then Cam has been like swamped with tests and essays and school stuff that thankfully I don't have to deal with myself. So we're pushing it to tomorrow. So we're going to do cringefluencers tomorrow, which gave me the perfect opening to do a second stream, only because the tea was so piping hot. It rose to the occasion that I was like, all right, let's do it. Two things popped up and popped off today. One being Heidi did this sort of, not secret, but like did a, thanks Hannah, did a podcast episode in December with a therapist that flew under the radar, but someone on Reddit found it, posted it, it's piping hot. So we're going to listen to that. It's 50 minutes long, but I listened to the first 20 and it's just, so, there was already a lot of juicy tidbits. So we're going to listen to that. And then if we have time, which we should, Tony Robbins, as you just saw pop up on the screen, Daddy Robbins, the daddy of personal development and supreme leader of the movement that is ruining everyone that gets involved. He went back on the Rachel Hollis podcast for some reason. I don't know. I mean, the reason is Rachel loves him for no good reason. And apparently he said some pretty offensive shit in it. So love that. Can't wait to hear him. So without further ado, before we get any further than we already have come, Rebecca Romana, thank you so much. Rebecca Romana says, I heard Dave Hollis and I came a-running. Well, you ran into the right place.
They're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
I gotta raise that up, baby. This is a perfect time to do a mic check. Here we go. This one's for you. We all know Rebecca Romana gets this one special just for her, always.
You are going to marry Dave Hollis.
And then a bonus one just for fun, so I can test the audio one more time.
I will actually do something obscene for you.
Radio. So we're going to talk about Heidi Powell, who is if you don't know, you just walked into this situation for no reason. Heidi Powell is a fitness influencer. She had a show with her husband, Chris Powell. So actually, this is a good thing to discuss. Just a quick overview of all the players, because it's not complicated, but because Heidi's been married twice, she talks about those ex-husbands. There's Derek and Chris, and then Dave is the ex-boyfriend. They never got married, as far as I know. That might be in this podcast. Maybe there's some more tea, but at least the first 20 minutes, she did not say that they got married. So I'm assuming they're just ex-boyfriend and girlfriend. So let's look at a picture of Heidi and the fam, and then, or the husbands at least, ex-husbands, so we know who we're talking about, because she's going to talk about them a lot and reference them. So I'll try to bring up the photos of them when the time comes. So first, Darby DeFord, thank you so much. Darby says, wanted to pop in and say hi. Med school semester 2 just started and got to work, but stoked to listen during tomorrow's commute. Can you play a quick little ditty for me by Dave Hollis before I leave? Yes, ma'am, I can do that for you. Dave, are you ready? What did you whistle, Dave?
Why do you follow me if you don't already own my book?
There you go. That's for you. That will guarantee that you manifest an A on all of your future med school exams, because that's how it works. Don't even bother studying. Just believe and you will receive. A la Rachel Hollis.
I'm a big time hippie and I'm very woo-woo.
That's from Darby. And good luck. and safe travels on your commute tomorrow. I appreciate you popping in and popping on. Okay, so let's check out these brother husbands. Yes, that is the name that the Reddit community calls Heidi's she's only been married twice, so her two ex-husbands. I don't know if they call each other that, but it would be funny if that was true. You might remember that at one point, I don't know which stream it was or what point we showed the video, but it was Heidi Powell and her two husbands, one ex and one at the time when she was with Chris. They had like a Good Morning America segment because it was so rare that a family in America could get along after a divorce. I don't know. It was a stretch for sure. And I guess they were on ABC because, you know, GMA is Disney, which is ABC. So they're probably trying to promote the show, but it's just so silly. Like, that they were making this seem like some sort of, oh my God, they've done the impossible. They've figured out how to have a blended family. They're the first ones who have ever done it in the history of the world. Okay, so here is, let's see, I'll just open this up. Okay, there's her, let me, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking to myself. Here you go. There's Chris Powell and Heidi Powell. Okay, obviously, if you're here, you probably know who that is. And then let me get Derek without a picture of the kids. Oh, actually, well, I'll just pick a picture of him. Oh, everything has the kids in it. Do I want to go on his LinkedIn? No, I don't, because that would be weird. There's a website called Who Has Heidi Powell Dated? Oh, this is a good one. Okay, let's see. This is perfect. Okay, this is all three of them together. So, all right, the guy hanging from the bar is Derek. That's the first husband. The guy holding the first husband by the stomach is Chris, and Heidi is the one, I'm assuming, that's holding on his knee, guiding him into some sort of butterfly pull-up, whatever that is. Okay, so that's the players that we're going to be discussing. And then obviously Dave Hollis is Dave Hollis. And that man looks like this. Hold on. I always wonder if there's people who are like, who are these people? I don't know who you're talking about. And then they need to be shown. Is it mean to show him with Rachel? Yeah, probably. Okay, here's this man, Dave Hollis. He's a goob. We call him the goober. And I heard something come through. Hold on. Thank you. Wait, did I? Or I made that up. Okay. That was a phantom sound in my ear. Apologize. Okay. So those are all the players. Now, this podcast is not Heidi's podcast. This is a podcast by Dr. Elizabeth Frederick. Now, I was pleasantly surprised that this is actually a doctor, well, meaning that they have a doctorate in psychology. Actually, let me make sure. Yeah, she's a licensed professional counselor. So she's a PhD licensed professional counselor in the state of Arizona and is trained in various therapeutic modalities, including cognitive behavioral therapy, DBT, EMDR, children, okay, all that stuff. Now, I'm going to say the negative of this, in my opinion, is that she does coaching, like relationship coaching, which just becomes, okay, unregulated therapy a lot of times, from what I understand and from my own experience with a life coach that was a therapist that decided to go the coaching route and then just did whatever they wanted without having any oversight from any government agency. So keep that in mind. She does have qualifications. I'm very happy about that. I'm glad Heidi was not talking to, a sensuality coach or someone who just self-diagnosed their own title or self-named their credentials. So points, but also she is a coach as well. So got to just keep that at the top of your head. That some of the conversation might, gear away from like professional advice. But this podcast that she has, okay, so on TikTok, on Instagram, she's got 134,000 followers, which is a lot, I think. And I can't see how many likes every post has, because 6,000. Oh, that's the guy from Married at First. No, the Pods. What's that one? Love is Blind. Okay, interesting. So she seems to like interview like celebrity B level, D level celebrities and to get their insight on relationships, I guess. Anyways, that's her thing. But this podcast episode, at least on YouTube, it's only been viewed 292 times. There you go. So you're getting like the exclusive here. Okay. This has not been listened to by very many people across the globe. We're going to be within the first 300 of people to listen to this, at least on YouTube. But it says, okay, episode 5, Staying Friends with Your Ex with Heidi Powell. And as you see in my background, I'm sitting on the floor of an empty bedroom because that's where Heidi conducts all of her professional interviews, on the floor of her bedroom. Gotta love it. Gotta love the consistency, at least. You know, we snark a lot on her. And I will say, and I'll put myself in the middle here, knock it off, you guys. This is not okay. Don't fight. Stop it. I'm just kidding. In the first 20 minutes that I've watched this, she actually does have some self-awareness. Heidi Powell does. She has some acknowledgement of trauma in her past, which is the first time I've heard of that, where she's actually admitting and saying like, I have trauma from my childhood. So I was like, damn, okay, you're off to a good start. So this is sort of a better version of her in the sense of a less sales pitchy way of talking that I've seen. So, you know, I like her more in this setting thus far. Now, it could go off the rails after minute 20 is when I stopped listening. So we'll see, but we'll discover it together. So anyways, without further ado, we're going to start episode 5, Staying Friends with Your Ex, and we'll go from there.
My ex and I, we do family dinner every Wednesday with our kid, and we do holidays together, and you know, all of that.
Oh, also, I should also point out, this is just a teaser, so it's going to come up later. Yeah, isn't it hilarious and ironic as heck that this podcast is called Relatable, Relationships Unfiltered, right?
I want to be relatable.
I wonder if Heidi's like specifically said yes to this. I mean, I think she says yes to any interview because her and Dave have both done podcast interviews from channels and from entities that have like 2 subscribers. I'm not even joking. And the video gets like 3 views. So I don't think they really look necessarily at what they're accepting and saying yes to. But it'd be funny if she just chose this one specifically because of the connotation, but I don't think that's what happened here. Anyways, back to it.
We probably spend, well, according to the women who he takes on dates, we spend far too much time together. So
that's funny. When Chris and I were going through a divorce, and Derek and I spent a lot of time together, because the way that I see them both, they both are like brothers to me. I mean, here's the reality is I've dated not long term, but like short little bursts of men who didn't like it. Mm-hmm. And I do not like men who are like that. Like I very quickly learned that's just not for me.
Okay, we're going to skip that so I can not get demonetized. Okay, Relatable, Relationships Unfiltered with Dr. Liz.
Welcome to Relationships Unfiltered.
It's like Bravo style. I'm like watching how do we say that? I'm watching the Real Housewives with that music.
Hey, welcome to Relatable, Relationships Unfiltered. Today I'm chatting with Heidi Powell, a transformation expert and self-love coach about something.
Okay, here's a tip, which is just me being like a production bitch. Get a microphone. You run a podcast and you're going to talk into your laptop that's far away on your table. Come on. It's not that expensive. I mean, it is relatively, but if you have 100-something thousand followers on Instagram and you have a practice, you own a therapy practice, get a microphone. Come on. Why do you do this to us?
Something that's not very common, but that we have in common. Staying friends with your ex. Take it from us, this can get a little tricky. Hello, Heidi.
Hi. Recording is live.
Recording is live. We are doing it. Thank you so much.
I find it disrespectful. Like, I find this to be disrespectful. And I hate to say that, but I do. Like, she's got no microphone. They both have no microphones. They both have not invested in a camera, it looks like. okay, fine. I can get over it. The fact that they're like millionaires probably, or at least like in the top 10% of wealth in the entire country, they don't respect the audience enough to invest in equipment to make this a good experience. Come on. Like, why do I have to like strain my ears to hear you? And why are you sitting on the floor? Okay, done. I'm done complaining.
Much for coming to hang out with me. I reached out to you on Instagram. So
stop the
a
music
little
too.
backstory.
It's too much.
I've followed your story in the sense of your breakups and you staying friends with your exes though.
Yeah.
And that being so incredible and so not common. And I got divorced about 3 years ago and he and I are best friends to this day. And people ask me about that all the time and they look at me like I'm crazy all of the time. And so I'm like, I've got to get somebody on here with me who not only like gets it, but lives it. And so here you are.
Yeah. I mean, so first, were you guys best friends when you divorced? Because I have to say, with neither of my, because I've been married and divorced twice, we were not best friends when we divorced. And so I'm super curious to hear your story. Like, what was divorce like? And
she's like, so I'm having you on my podcast to ask you questions. Heidi's like, that's cool. I'm going to ask you a question first, though. Tell me about your relationship. Okay.
who wanted it?
Yes, which can definitely complicate things. So I asked for it. We were married for 18 years. We separated a couple times in there. We have a 15-year-old son.
Okay.
I think that's what changes all of this. If you have kids, yeah, it does. Obviously, it's in the children's best interest to most likely remain civil at the least and remain friends at the best. I have first of all, this is not a judgment on what the content of this is. Like, oh, she shouldn't be friends with her ex, or she should. I don't care. Like, do whatever you want. This is your life story. But when it's like, oh, well, this is some sort of superior lifestyle, that's where I'm like, well, I don't know about that. I'm not sure that that's the case. And then if you have children, yes, of course. But should you be friends with Dave Hollis, who you have no connection to other than like a failed relationship? I don't know. Is that healthy? As the therapist, I would like to know. I would imagine it's probably not, but who knows?
We're best friends.
There you go.
Yep. And so we were one and doneers. Like, we were very intentional with that. And so we do have him, and he 50-50 and all of that. But so I had asked for it. And so to say, were we best friends when the divorce happened? We were best friends from day one. Like, that has always been our strong suit, is that we are always best friends. And when I made the decision of this is not working for me romantically anymore, no, I would say he did not want to be my friend in that moment. Obviously, there was a lot of rejection attached to that. But as the time progressed, I think he recognized the value in us staying friends. So for sure we would.
So I gave him no choice. Basically, was that how it reads to me. Thanks, Chels Marie. Chels Marie chose a purple cat. Okay, that's bringing the good vibes to bring the black cat, Tarot, into the ether. Please, Tarot, please come say hi.
No.
That's what Tarot says.
There's Colleen.
That's for Chels Marie. You're basically Colleen at this point.
I have to go do a potty.
I don't, I promise. Thanks, Chels. Okay, keep going.
Went through rough spots when the divorce first happened, but we've been pretty tight and committed to that, throughout the process. What was it like on your end then? So you're saying doesn't sound like that's how it went.
How long ago did you say it was again? Sorry.
It's been about 3.
She does not want to answer questions, apparently. Heidi, she's like, so tell me about your divorce. And Heidi's like, wait. I'm going to ask more questions about you than I've ever asked anyone about anything before. Here we go.
3 years.
3 years. Okay. So you, since the divorce was final or since separation?
So since I moved out.
Okay. So you and I are about the same timeline for my last divorce. So Chris and I split. It was June or July or August 2019.
Okay.
So you probably somewhere around there.
Yeah.
However, he and I'll get to all the things. There's a lot to unpack in 45 minutes.
Let's unpack it.
He and I we actually did the divorce process without telling the world at all. I don't know if you know this, but we actually, so we knew we were divorcing. We were going through the divorce for a year, a full year. We didn't tell the public until May 2020. Now, if anyone were to ever go back on posts, we never were like, oh, I love him so. Never. We were very strategic, very careful, but also,
I want to look into that. So we got July, August, or she said, yeah, July or August-ish is when they decided to get divorced, and they didn't tell anyone till the same time a year later. I wonder if they told the children. Did the children have to keep this secret too, or just them? Because they said the public. And obviously, and she's going to say in a second that they were living in separate houses. So that sort of does put a little wrench in things, because poor kids had to, like, for a year, not tell their friends or teachers or anything, I'm sure, maybe, to, like, that what was going on at home. If it's a big secret in the world, that's sort of unfair. But I mean, I guess do what you got to do. But that would be hard for me as a kid. I would tell all of our business.
That time, let me just say, like, that time for he and I was necessary, because I remember going through a divorce the first time, and all that gets carried back to the kids and how hard it is for the kids. So we purposely did this in a way that allowed us the space to process divorce and get through the really hard, bitter part that comes with any divorce, right? Like that hard thing. We lived in the same home. He was in the casita. I was in the house. So we had enough space, but like it really allowed us to process it without getting too many opinions, which can make the divorce process pretty yucky and hard to overcome.
For sure.
Whereas Derek and I, my first husband, so I have 2 kids with Derek, Maddox and Marley. They're 17 and 16. He and I were married.
That was like a 1 microsecond pause too long for me. 16 and 17. I'm being nitpicky, but if that was my mom, I'd be like, hello. You don't remember how old I am in every moment of your life? Welcome, Katie. Thank you. Unless you wrote something, then I'll check just in case. Sometimes it pops up, even if you're a member and you're saying something, it'll say you've just joined. So I'll double check.
Married for 5 years, very early on, like not too long after high school, I married him. And that was a very difficult, I asked for that divorce.
Okay.
And then Chris, I mean, I think he and I knew we weren't going to stay married for very long. Whatever.
From the public eye, I'm sure everyone is like so fascinated. I mean, you guys were, for people who know Extreme Makeover, things like that, like you guys were this perfect Barbie and Ken. So I'm sure that like the world hit you with all of that as well when you came out with it.
You know, I think so. It's interesting how
Katie, I see your message now. Thanks for another stream, Kia. You're welcome.
You get more handsome by the day.
You get more handsome by the day. Thank you.
Judge something based on how it looks instead of how it is, right? And Chris and I both, we might look like we belong together physically. And the truth is,
we may look like brother and sister and also lovers, because that's apparently something that is hard to determine these days. There's even like a whole Instagram, it's like brothers or siblings or dating. Apparently that's a thing. You end up like marrying someone you look like, I guess, or that's like a common thing. I don't know. I ain't getting involved in that whole discussion. But yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of times influencers, Rachel Hollis included, others that have, couples in the public sphere, they will be quick to be like, oh, well, of course you guys have this perception that you've just made up in your head about our relationship, but you could never know what's going on inside. It's like, yeah, but your Instagram post for like the time you were together definitely alluded to the fact that you were happy, amazing, wonderful. And I get that, but it's also like, don't shirk off the responsibility of presenting yourself in a certain light. It's very much, we were picking up the vibes that you were throwing out type of thing. KH, thank you, KH. KH chose a Shiba dog saying, hey, you, greeting joyfully. There you go. For that, I hate Shiba dogs.
I'm going to smash your phone.
I'm just kidding. I could never hate any dog. I'm sorry. I could not hate any dogs.
Scruffy cons.
Especially scruffy cons. What else? What else? For you, I say
Vacation labia.
I hope you're having a great vacation, labia. KH. I appreciate that. Okay, back to Heidi.
And I co-parent Liz better than any two people that I know. Like,
Let's
truth
go back.
is, he and I co-parent Liz better than any two people that I know. Like, he and I are so good at co-parenting, but also a lot of it is knowing what relationship you're meant to have with that person. Does that make sense? Like, he and I,
Yeah.
and he would agree. It wasn't like it wasn't like, oh, he broke my heart. And we knew marriage was not for us. I don't know. I think he said,
Yeah, okay. So that's the second time she said, she's like, we knew we wouldn't be married long. We both knew marriage wasn't for us. This is all new information. I had not heard this version of things. I heard Heidi did not want to get, I was going to say demarried. She didn't want to get divorced. And Chris wanted to. And Chris has expressed that he never wanted to get married. That's sort of known, but you know, they were going to have kids and that whole thing. So, I mean, to say like, oh, we both knew it wasn't going to work out. That's a new narrative. And maybe that was the narrative the whole time and she was just lying before, but something has definitely changed in the last ever. This is the first time she's ever said any of this, from my knowledge, publicly at least. But yeah, I don't know. I think and then he said on a story, Instagram story, so I don't have it, but basically he said that because people, okay, this is like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, Heidi was talking about Chris and saying, I'm so upset that like the family got broken up, and she was like crying or something and putting stuff on her stories. And then I guess people from there were going to Chris's Instagram and saying, you're a homewrecker, you ruined this family, and like saying stuff to him. So he responded and saying, Heidi did something that is unforgivable, and that's why we're no longer together. That was like what he said in the stories. Then we listened to an interview probably 3 months ago where Chris was talking about the divorce and said he was the worst version of himself when he was with Heidi, and he feels so much better now that he's out of the relationship. He's a better father, he's a better everything, because he's no longer, with Heidi romantically. So that's been the narrative. Now this is all of a sudden like, we knew from the get-go that marriage is just not for us. It's like, okay, whatever.
he'll never get married again. I don't know that I'll ever get married again. I really don't.
Right.
But he's definitely more of he is here on this earth for a purpose, and the purpose is to change the world. And he's been like this since I met him. He has a mission, and his mission is that, but also his kids. Right. And so marriage, I don't think is ever going to be in the cards for him, because it just doesn't make sense. And I am someone who, I love connection. I love relationship. And so it wasn't a good match in that way. But
who initiated that conversation between you and Chris?
Well, okay. So he's told this publicly, so I'll tell it. It's not, Chris actually never wanted to get married. And I have done, I'm a different person now than I was when I married him. Like, I had a pretty stunted emotional and mental process growing up because of just the way that my dad was and our household was, and religion. And so I have been on hyperspeed. Like, I've evolved as a new person every 5 years, maybe even less. But I was a very timid, shy girl when Chris and I met, and I wanted his love so bad. I would have taken anyone's love. And I'm so lucky. I tell Chris this all the time. Like, I am so lucky I found you, because I was a really insecure, didn't know who I was, kind of a human at that point. And I am lucky, like, that your love was the love that I worked for, and that together we built these amazing things because of it. And because of his example of dreaming and creating and not taking himself so seriously and being careless on camera, like, I learned how to be the best version of me,
I don't think the therapist is contributing much at all to this conversation. Yeah, that all sounds good. This is the part where I'm like, okay, she's fairly self-aware, more than I realized that she is, or that she has been publicly before. You know, she'll say like, I know all my issues, but then sort of skirt around them, or say like, but at the end of the day, like, I'm happy and I'm perfect and my family is wonderful, and anything that happened to me before is no consequence today. At least here she's sort of acknowledging like, okay, I, you know, had some trauma in my past. I don't know if she said it here, but she says it at some point, like she had like abuse. And she doesn't go into detail specifically, but the fact that she's acknowledging that, I think, is a good step forward. I think she might be trying to hurt Chris a little bit here with, I would have taken anyone's love, and it wasn't him specifically that she cared for. I mean, whether that's true or not, it's kind of effed up to say in an interview format like this, because that is the father of your 2 children and also someone you claim to really, you know, enjoy their friendship. So just to say like, I didn't care about him ever in a real way, maybe it's true, but it's also something that I wouldn't want shared about me in a format like this. If this, you know, if I was married or whatever, or divorced, it's just sort of mean, but you know, I can at least applaud the attempt at truthfulness here. But again, like, I don't think the therapist could chime in now and say like, well, let's break that down. When you say this, what do you mean? Like, I need a little bit, she's just kind of going off on a tangent, and I wish she would have, I forget her name, Dr. Liz would have, you know, reined it in a little bit so we can like get a grasp on what's going on.
So he did not want to get married. However, he has always known he wanted kids. And I was like, you're going to have to marry me if you want kids. I'm like, great, I'll get the guy to marry. Because I thought I could make him a hopeless romantic like me. Like, maybe if I just show him. But it's just, like, he and I, it was kind of like putting a, what do they say? Putting a square peg in a round hole. No, I don't even know.
Yeah.
Square peg in a round hole is what it was for us to be married.
Right.
But alleviating. So he and I both knew. We did therapy for 3 years every week. We would even fly to a therapist in LA for it.
So while Rachel Hollis was flying to LA to get her highlights done, her roots touched up, Heidi and Chris were flying to LA for therapy. And I had to feel bad about, you know, keeping my lights on for 5 minutes too long. Come on.
Not trying to fix it, but we did it trying to figure out what the best path was. Because I was terrified of being twice divorced. I was terrified of my 2 kids with him going through what my 2 kids went through with my last divorce.
Right.
And so it was really like, hey, is it better for them to sit inside of something that is not good? Because you can have 2 really great people. Because we both are great people. Yeah. And you can be in a situation that is not good and create toxicity. Like 2 wonderful hearted people can actually have a toxic home life.
Absolutely.
No shit.
The cameras don't always catch it, right? Like,
right. And it sounds like a big part of it was that your needs, your emotional needs probably weren't being met because of the differences in your guys's, the way you show up in that way. And it sounds like he was really focused on his goals, changing the world, and you really crave connection. And I talk about that all the time when our emotional needs, when our deepest needs, right, aren't being met, we show up as the worst versions of ourselves, no matter how great of people we are. And so it sounds like that was,
I need one of these like Instagram influencers, one of these therapists / life coaches / relationship experts / whatever, to explain to me, what does show up mean? Does that mean waking up in the morning and living your life? Or is there some other definition that I'm just not comprehending? They all use it. When you show up in the best way, show up as the best version. Is this like in public? Is this at an event? Like, show up. Like, how does that, I don't know the physicalness of that. And I always feel like it's intermixed. Like they just mean it in some other way that doesn't actually equate to anything. Because how are you showing up? Like I don't know. Showing up in what? Like you're existing with the partner. You're relating to the partner. You're not showing up. That's like a different word to me, or a different phrase that means something else. Like showing up is going to an event. You showed up. Oh, you have an appointment at this time. You showed up for that. Not your day-to-day life, living, breathing, eating, sleeping, all that. That's just existence.
was kind of, you know, you knew it was I've put on Instagram before, like the wrong environment will always make us feel like there's something wrong with us. And it sounds like that's kind of what was going on.
You know, interestingly, halfway through his and my marriage, we just started growing separate. We both were growing. And I actually think I became my best version of myself in that. It was also the hardest part. Which is what made it easier when he had decided. It was like, okay, I kind of knew, and I've been prepping myself for it, right? I remember him saying, and he said it on a podcast, he hated who he was inside of a marriage. I did not hate who I was at all.
Sure.
I didn't like the situation, but I have, and this happened in my first marriage too.
And I will also say that's sort of mean too on Chris's part to say that you hated yourself, who you were when you were with your partner. I mean, that's also something I feel like I don't know if I need to hear that as an outsider that has nothing to do with their relationship. But here we are, parasocially digging deep.
I didn't love the relationship that my first husband and I had, but I can find happy anywhere. And I think that that's part of, I was an abused child. And so part of being an abused child is, even when things aren't good, only being able to see the good in it and like thinking that it's good, right? And then when I step outside of it, I can be like, oh, okay, but my thing is the grass isn't always greener on the other side. So even if something's not good for me, like the marriage was not good for me or Chris, because he hated who he was, it brought out hard parts of both of us, but like, I was always like, oh, but it's still awesome. Like, even though it's not what, like we talk, all these people have, like, I still love it because we're best friends. Like, I just had this, like, we're great. And I really thought that it was, but now outside of it and having experienced love in a different way with someone else. And also, and more importantly, when you said emotional needs not being met, I spent a lot of my life trying to get my emotional needs met. I have. And I just recently, over this past year, realized I am the only one who can meet my emotional needs. And I'm the only one who I want to meet my emotional needs. Yes. I believe that a man or a woman, whatever, regardless, can
What? No, I don't think she means anything by that. Yeah, so she's about to get into the Dave stuff soon. So if you're buckling up, this is the Dave stuff coming up soon. Right now, she's talking about Chris mostly, as per usual, and her relationship with Chris. She mentioned Derek a little bit, that she didn't have that great of a relationship with him in the marriage. After the divorce, they weren't that great. But her and Chris, you know, she was so glad to have been with him, even though they both knew the marriage wasn't going to last and that he never wanted to be married to her in the first place. But she felt like, you know, he brought the best out of her. That's what she said so far. And now she's saying, well, and then she got loved by Dave, I'm assuming, but she's going to go into that. So she didn't say Dave, she said someone else, but let's be honest, it's Dave, I believe. That when she dated him, now she experienced love in a new way. So now she realizes that her and Chris didn't actually have the love that she needed, I suppose.
Compliment me or you or somebody else, we can compliment each other. But at the end of the day, there's like this epiphany that's like, oh, I'm the one. Like, I am the I am the partner. Like, look at the.
She's been also doing motivational speaking and coaching and transformation experting for quite a while now. And she's just realized that a relationship is not going to make you happy if that's the only thing you're betting all of your happiness on. Come on. People are paying you to help them change their lives, and you're promising them like mental health care, essentially. Like, it's very disappointing. Not surprising, but disappointing.
In the mirror, this is the partner that I need to be for myself, right? Yeah. And then everything else, you can have an interdependent relationship, but until we stop believing that somebody else is going to meet our emotional needs or fill our emotional needs, we will be forever living in codependence, which never leads to anything good.
Well, and that's exactly it. Looking for that person to complete us or to fill a void is always so detrimental. And that codependency does play such a role. I mean, the codependency plays a role in why I stayed for as long as I did in spite of knowing. And the codependency plays a role even in you being able to find the silver lining in everything, because that is survival. So
and you're scared. I was scared of like, what if the other side's not better? Like,
right.
I'll just stay right here. Right.
What was that like for you when you transitioned out of your marriage with Chris and then you started dating somebody new? What is that? I mean, I guess even Chris being introduced to your first ex and then your current partner being introduced, like, how was
Current partner. Okay. That's what she thinks. That's what Dr. Liz thinks. Current partner. Heidi, set the record straight, girl.
that navigated, and how did that go is what I'm getting at.
I think if I were to go back in time, Derek and I, my first husband, we've had more of a journey, like a harder journey, and we're in a good place right now. But it's been consistency over time, understanding and fully expecting that it's not always going to be great with us, right? And when it's not, I just need to keep showing up as who I am, and in every way positive, and it will come around. There were some more issues that I probably shouldn't go. I don't want to.
No, totally fine.
Yeah, I don't want to. But
air all that out.
Yeah. And there, I mean, I will
you.
say, like, even through that though, there's been so much growth on everyone's part beyond it. But it was he had a harder time with Chris. There was no affair, so it's not like that. Any kind of a thing like that. He had a harder time.
That time, there is speculation if there was an affair with Chris and Heidi, that Heidi had stepped out of the marriage only because Chris had said she had done something unforgivable, and Heidi has said they've had different definitions of what someone can be forgiven for. She said that, and then he said the thing about, she did something unforgivable. So obviously the assumption is a cheating scenario. I mean, there could be others, of course, like business dealings or something, but I mean, that's a pretty strong guess, is that Heidi had some sort of, whether it was emotional or physical, who knows, but some sort of step out of the marriage with him, but not with, she's saying not with Derek, didn't happen with Derek, but with Chris, that's more up in the air.
Integrating into, I don't think he and I started getting along until I had a child with Chris. And then we started getting along because of some things he was going through that kind of allowed him to kind of let down his walls, and we created more of a friendship.
And then he and Chris became friends, right? Like friends, whatever that looks like they were able to
Chris
coexist.
Was really good in the middle. Yeah, 100%. Like Chris is he wants everybody to get along always, right? And which is such a good thing, because I think a lot of people in that situation, like the new man, would be super possessive of the, Chris is like someone who's like, let's figure it out. So it really did.
You have kids together with him. God, of course, I would hope, unless the guy is completely emotionally immature, you share 2 children. What is he going to do? Say like, oh, you can't hang out with your ex-husband while you're switching the children in custody? Like, that's a very young mindset. I mean, I guess she was young when she was with Derek, the first husband, but that would be a huge red flag. And not just like, oh, he is the exception to the rule that all men don't like when you get a new boyfriend when you're leaving a marriage. Like, I think that should be more of like, oh my God, I would not even think about dating a guy who would not be able to handle me having a relationship with my ex-husband because we share children together. Now, can they like hook up and stuff? Absolutely not. But I mean, to be possessive of your girlfriend or whatever, it just seems like juvenile to me. Thank you, Rahel Seifu. I think I've pronounced that before. Did I pronounce it again correctly? Rahel Seifu. Thank you very much. They picked a character saying, "You rock," while showing their pumped bicep. Woo!
Ooh, shit.
Pumped biceps, yes.
Wait, what?
Pull out your biceps, everybody.
Pull it out. Let's see.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, keep going.
Work well, because I think if Chris would have been someone who was more of an alpha or more intimidating, Derek would have had a harder time. Chris would have had, and there was none of that, right? So Chris helped soften any part of Derek that might have had a harder time with anything, right? Now the net, like from Chris to current, so Chris is great. Chris actually loves Dave. So Dave and I are actually not together.
Oh God. I'm so sorry. Let me.
Okay, did we all just hear that? Let me go back. That was the first tea moment about I'm actually not with anyone right now. And okay, just for the record, I don't know if we've covered this already. This was posted December 27th, 2022. So what is that? Like, obviously not that long ago. So pretty recent. I don't know when it was recorded, but it was posted on the 27th. So less than a month ago, this came out. So the assumption was they broke up. Okay. So Heidi messaged me. I don't know. I talked about it. If you were here, you might have heard that. If you weren't, she messaged me and said, apologized for blocking me and said it was a mistake and an oversight on her behalf. Okay. I was shocked, utterly shocked. I had never reached out to her. I've never contacted her in any way. The only person I've ever contacted in this whole thing was one time to Dave Hollis through email and in a very, in my opinion, professional way of, you know, if we'd like to do any sort of podcast together, I would be interested because he had recently done a podcast about online hate that he got and he felt was unfair and that he wanted to teach the haters about who he was as a person. And I said, hey, I think I'm one of like the stronger in the sense of like, I've covered him a lot. One of the people who've like really dug deep into your stuff, like I would be willing to have that conversation publicly. And I got no response. That's the only thing I've ever contacted anyone of this thing. And I don't recommend contacting anyone at all, ever. So when she messaged me on Instagram, I was taken aback. And I responded a couple days later and asked her to come on the show. She said she would, which I was surprised as well about. And she even sent me voice memos to prove that it was her and not just like a bot or something. But it was obvious it was her because it was her like account, her verified account. But anyways, I had asked her because it seemed like they had broken up. And I said at a later date, because she didn't get back to me about, okay, does she actually want to come on the show or not? And then it was sort of like Dave was missing. So I said, hey, are you guys broken up? And then she said, what if we were never together? And I was like, okay. And I didn't say anything back because I'm like, all right, maybe I said like, what are you talking about? And then she didn't respond. And that's been the entire like timeline of our conversations. And that I sent the last message to her maybe like before Christmas, definitely before Christmas break. So like a month and a half ago. So yeah, so I don't know what her point was there, if she actually is genuinely wanting to address things. She said I was really funny, which I was like, okay, I don't think I'm really funny. I mean, I think I'm really funny. Okay, let me be honest. I think I'm really funny. However, if I was her, I don't think I would think I'm really funny. I think I would think, if I was her, that I'm super critical. I've been very harsh, you know, in the sense of like, if you were to look at this as a person who's being talked about. But she seemed to like not address that at all. She's like, oh, you're actually really funny. I'm like, okay, thank you. Anyways, so the answer is no, she's not coming on the show as far as I know. I would love to have her. Open invite, Heidi, of course. But she was saying that, you know, they were never together. I'm like, I don't believe that for 1 second. So anyways, that timeline seems to be about when this was coming out, probably when it was recorded. Did that answer the question that I posed to myself? Not sure if that did, but let's continue.
So Chris is great. Chris actually loves Dave. So Dave and I are actually not together.
Oh God. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Let me air out all of your trauma here, Heidi.
No, I mean, the thing is, it's going to come out at some point. It's just one of those things I don't necessarily feel like I owe it to everybody to say. I never confirmed when we got back together. He and I have broken up 4 different times, right?
Okay.
So it's like, but he and I are great friends.
Okay, so there's that. That's the first time they've ever confirmed they've actually broken up. They've always insinuated different things. Like one time someone asked, are you with Heidi still? Or are you and Heidi friends, or are you dating or business partners? Are you guys, someone asked, are you and Heidi dating or just business partners? And he responded, business partners, but it was a picture of them kissing. So I don't know. It was sort of like, okay, always up in the air. You know, Heidi would make it seem like I don't need no man when she was doing her son's tie and, you know, kind of alluding that, oh, like I'm a strong, independent woman. But then like 3 days later, Dave would be in the background of a video. So there was never, ever, ever until this podcast, from my understanding, any confirmation that they've ever broken up. Now you can all assume, I have assumed a million times that they've broken up here and there. But this is the first time. So, okay. So officially they're no longer together right now. They're best friends. They're still friends. She's going to say that they're work partners too. Still, for what reason? I don't know, and don't think that's healthy. That's codependence to me. Like, you are broken up, be friends, but why are you going to work together? They can't be making that much money. She can't be benefiting that much from his expertise as a Disney executive in her 300-person online fitness group, I would imagine. But anyways.
Distance is hard, and we'll get into that, you know, if we want to in a little bit. But he actually still works with me, so there's still a connection with Dave and I. But Chris has been the greatest with me dating somebody new. I will say that, like, the greatest. And I think it would. What if it was anybody other than Dave? Chris would not have been. But I mean, poor Dave.
How can you say that? He wanted the divorce. He initiated the divorce. You've been divorced for over 2 years now. Why would he have any say or any right to say, like, oh, I'm not okay with this? Like, other than, okay, who can be around your children? That's a different conversation. But why would he have any sort of rights to say, oh, I only approve of Dave Hollis? That sounds, again, juvenile and weird.
Dave, the world, I know that man in and out, the good, the bad, the ugly. I know everything.
Right.
The world has a perspective of him that is really inaccurate and really sad. And it's actually awesome to see his resilience through it. But Chris has been Chris has loved him from the moment he met him. And what Chris loves the most is that Dave treats his kids, my kids, really, really, really well. Yeah. And that's the number one thing for me. Obviously you have to treat me well, but you have to love my kids. You have to at least act like you love them as fiercely as I do. If you don't, like, it's very important.
Just act like you like my kids. Okay. I'm not going to say anything about Dave's. I don't know. I'm not there every day, but just based on what I've seen, he's put them in uncomfortable positions so many times. His children, particularly, because he has control of them. I can't speak for hers with Dave because that's her choice as a parent, whether she exposes them to Dave's behavior. But, you know, the being put online with probably not much consent. I mean, even if you can consent, your child's 5 years old, you know, they're just trying to please you. He's got his kids constantly online. He's trying to make money through his daughter with the Tea Time book. He tried to make a monetizable video series with his son, Ford, at one point. And I say it's monetizable, not just for fun, because he had it as part of his documentary launch that was supposed to go out after Built Through Courage was written, which never happened. And part of the bonus of going into the theater, you're going to get a bonus episode with his son. So it's just that creepiness that, like, he's profiting off of the personalities of his children. Hate that. Don't love that. And then, of course, Pancake Gate. We cannot ignore that, because very similar to Toilet Gate with Rachel Hollis, when she went on her TikTok and basically proclaimed that, you know, she gets up earlier than everyone else, and that there's a sweet lady who comes and cleans her toilets twice a week. And the reason that she gets that advantage in life is because Rachel works hard, and she works harder than anyone else, and she doesn't want to be like you anyways. So why would you think she wants to be relatable? That's sort of the gist of that, right?
I want to be relatable. Most people won't get up at 4 a.m.
She was pissed off. She was fired up. She was all up in her, you know, she's already obsessed with herself. She loves herself so much. Great. She's completely succeeded in the self-love department. Thanks, Carlene. But Dave's version of that scandal for Rachel's Toilet Gate was its own thing. We're not going to really focus on that today, right now. But Dave's version of that is Pancake Gate, which is when Built Through Courage, his second book, came out, and he was promised or he was thinking in his head that he was going to go on this national book tour. And he no longer had Rachel Hollis attached to him that was, successful anymore. He was a divorced father of 4 who is now claiming in 2 months' time has solved all of his own issues by using a map in this very confusing book and whatever. So he thought he was going to get like the red carpet rolled out for him. Didn't happen. The last second, him and Heidi decide to go on their own makeshift, meet us in the parking lot of the Container Store in Denver tomorrow kind of tour. And he had people show up, which I think, see, correct use. I think he should have been over the moon happy about that because the amount of effort he put in was low. The amount of planning he put in was nothing. And the amount of audacity that he had to think that he wouldn't have to plan in advance is ridiculous. And he still had support. And he still didn't like it. There was not enough people showing up again to these events, in my opinion. So he comes home after this book tour. He sits on his patio. He hasn't slept the whole night. He goes on a 2-hour Instagram live stream rant where his kids are trying to get his attention. His 5-year-old daughter's asking for him to make breakfast. He keeps ignoring her. He keeps kind of like snipping at her too, and his son. And he's not being a very good, jovial parent. He's like desperately, pleading with people to buy his book and that's going to change your life. And then why are you even following me if you're not going to buy my book? I mean, that's the gist of the whole thing. That's where this comes from.
$18 stinking dollars.
So anyways, I can't ignore that when Heidi says he's the best father to his children. I'm sorry, he's not. He's just not. He has money, he can provide for them. That's great. But that is 1% of the picture. Also, he was totally fine with joining together forces with your family very, very quickly. And then now you're broken up. Where's the responsible parenting there, Dave? So Heidi, that might be your opinion that he's an amazing dad to his children. But I think from an outsider, the perspective and the perception is he has a lot of work to do. So again, the whole rant is just to say, I'm not really on Heidi's page when she's saying that that's an accurate, statement that can be made with no questioning. Anyways, thank you for listening to that. Rebecca Romana, thank you very much. Rebecca says, I had to cook. I missed most of what did I miss? Not that much. Someone catch her. I'm sure someone's already caught her up. But basically, Dave is, they're no longer together and they've broken up 4 times and she's about to go more into the details, hopefully. This is where I stopped listening, so I don't actually know.
Fantastic parenting.
There you go, Rebecca. Thank you very much. I hope whatever you cooked is delicious. Mai, thank you. Mai says, why show up when you can show down? Hell yeah.
What the heck?
What the heck? This is what he says. Are you going to show down?
Oh, I love that sound.
He's not going to show down or show up. He's just going to fart. That's what Dave Hollis does. Anyways, okay. All of that to say, don't agree with you, Heidi.
Important to me.
I completely get that.
And so, yeah, Chris has been good. But like, if you were to put some a-hole in my life, Chris would have a real problem with it. And he would not be quiet about it.
How much time do you spend? So my ex and I, we do family dinner every Wednesday with our kid and we do holidays together and, all of that. We probably spend, well, according to the women who he takes on dates, we spend far too much time together. So
that's funny.
That poor man.
Yeah. So you're asking how much time I spend with?
Well, yeah. So that's, yes. Like we get so much feedback on people's opinions, and so a lot of people are like, that's really cool. Like to say it's only for our kid would not be accurate. Like Richard is just one of my favorite humans. Like I just adore him. He is so supportive. He's so kind. He, when we talk about in terms of like attachment styles, and I can relate to what you're describing about your upbringing, abusive upbringing, a lot of spiritual abuse that went on. And so just a lot of chaos as an adult of trying to figure all of that out. And Richard has been what somebody has described before as like my lighthouse. And that is so true. But
Weird.
But the romantic connection is not there for me in that way. And so we get caught up in that because we do spend so much time together because we enjoy each other.
Yeah.
But he's like currently trying
To
which,
date.
good for him. He should trying to move on and trying to date, and people just don't get that. And so, yeah, I guess how much
I'm sorry, I don't get it either. I mean, I am being judgmental. I mean, just as a person, I don't know how you can, or you're supposed, I wouldn't, if someone, not that I'm, available to date, but if I was single and I was going to meet a man and he was like, I spend a really long time a week with my ex-wife because we're best friends, I would be like, I'm out. Thanks. You don't have room emotionally for another partner right now. It sounds like she doesn't want to let go. And, she seems like, well, he's moving on. It's like, yeah, he should. You're not romantically interested in him. Let him find a partner who is romantically interested in him. Why are you going to take up a lot of his time? Like, I understand the kid and the sharing and all of the cordialness and all of that. But like beyond that, as a therapist, I don't know why this is like great idea. I'm missing the part where it's healthy. Personally,
do you spend the same amount of time with Derek and with Chris, or what does that look like?
It depends on the phase, because Derek has worked for me a handful of different times, and me and Chris, and so we tend to spend more time together when we're working together. He doesn't right now, but that being said, I remember a point between when Chris and I were going through a divorce. And Derek and I spent a lot of time together because the way that I see them both, they both are like brothers to me. Like there's absolutely, from either of us, not from Chris or.
I don't know. I would never want my ex-husband, I don't have one, but if I did, my hypothetical ex-husband, to say, I just see her as like a sister. It's like, please don't say that. Even if we were broken up, I don't want you to say that ever.
And Derek to me and me to them, there is zero sexual attraction, zero. And I also know if I like had to go on a vacation somewhere and they're like, you got to bring one person and blah, blah, blah. It can't be Dave, right? Because I would pick Dave because Dave's so much. Without a doubt, I wouldn't pick a girlfriend. I'm the most comfortable with Derek, with Chris, and I just am, because we've lived so much life together. We have commonalities in that we have kids, and like no one cares about the funny, cute things that my kids do like their dads. You know what I'm saying? And I can have deep conversations with the both of them. So when Chris and I were going through a divorce, Derek was super supportive to me and to Chris independently. Like Chris and I didn't have an attorney. We just did a mediator that did the paperwork for us. And Derek was our mediator. Like I knew he had.
Oh yeah. I thought that was extremely odd as well. And just something that I was like, oh, okay. Derek, Heidi's first husband, acted as the mediator of the divorce between Chris and Heidi. So when they had to untangle all this business stuff between Transform, the app, the protein powder, the house, the kids, the whatever, it was Heidi's first husband who was overseeing that. What? Like, Dave and Rachel got high-powered attorneys. I don't know if they're high-powered, but they got attorneys. And they said that there was a huge process of the mediation and they were fighting and it was brutal. Rachel described it as brutal. And the divorce process. I mean, they have a lot of things to undo. Now, it sort of shows that they're both mature in a way that they were able to do it without the court system. Maybe you could spin it like that. But you couldn't find a family member or someone else that's not your ex-husband, your first one, to be that person. I don't know, just red flags all around.
Had my best interest at heart, and I knew that he had Chris's best interest at heart. I knew that Derek had his kids, and there's just a knowing that he loves my kids fiercely, including Chris's kids. So he and I spent a lot of time together, and absolutely not even a hand graze ever happened. Like I couldn't even imagine, right? And he's the same way. It's like a hand graze with your sister. But the Instagram, there were so many comments from people, and we would laugh. And for a while, it was hard for Derek because Derek he was like, I just don't like, what if people think that we're together? I think they think we're together. And I'm like, but we're not, and he,
Right.
in fact, I think some people,
It's good for my engagement, Derek. Shut up. It's really good for views. This is why I'm doing it. Yeah, I don't know. I remember that period of time. Right before she started dating Dave, she was with Derek a lot in photos and they were always hanging out. And then all of a sudden he exited stage left and then Dave moved in immediately. Not moved in. I mean, I guess he did technically. He like bought a house in Arizona, but he came in and swooped in and then I never saw Derek again in any sort of social capacity. So I don't know. It was a little just odd. Why all of a sudden would you like want to be his friend other than just comfort? I get that, but that's not healthy. That's like sort of admitting like, oh, I really needed just anybody and I only had my ex-husband available. I mean, that's not bad, but it's just not like, oh, let me teach you how I did it, to my followers. Let me show you how good relationships are. Me and my ex-husband we're best friends again and now we're not. Like, I don't know. It's like, okay, it happened, fine, move forward, but this is not, again, it's something that I think should be held up in. This is a really healthy way to be with your relationships.
people thought that part of why Chris and I separated was because Derek and I, there's rumors which were not even close to true. But there then came a point where Derek was like, you know what, like the next person, if she's not okay with the relationship that I have with the mother of my kids, she's not my person, And Chris and I, we just spent an hour and a half talking last night about some of the, like you say, lighthouse type things, right? A lot of the trauma that is like coming up in my mind that I went through as a kid. And so Chris is someone I can have really deep conversations with, and there's zero threat with Dave. But again, that's for me. I don't care.
You're not with Dave, I thought. Why would there be a threat if you're not with Dave? Oh my God, I'm so confused. And also, I've been through this too. Not this exact situation. Wouldn't that be crazy? I relate to this. I am on the Relatable Relationship podcast. I also have 2 ex-husbands and they're all friends and they all work for me and they're also my mediators. Wouldn't that be so weird? El Cholo's kid, welcome. Thank you. But what was I saying? I relate to this in the sense of before you get into therapy or before I got into therapy, I would not use, but I would definitely take advantage of someone who was open and willing to talk to me emotionally about things that I was a little bit closer to. But I feel like I overused it. I needed to be in therapy. I had so much stuff to work out, but I would just like call the person I was really close to at the time. And then it wasn't fair to them because they feel like, well, I think in my mind, they feel like, well, of course I like you. I want to help you, but they're not qualified. They're not equipped. And that's like heavy stuff. Maybe, I don't think Chris was Mormon, I don't believe. So she's got, trauma from being a Mormon and that whole thing. He can't really help. So it's almost burdening him with your deep emotional issues. Like it's at a certain point, you got to say enough's enough. I'm glad he's there for me, but I'm not going to abuse or even use it very often because I need to go handle this, like she said, herself.
If a man is upset by my relationship with my exes, I really don't care. It's not my right person if it is. And I think both of the guys feel the same way now.
Do women though because I say the same thing. And that's why I always say to Richard, I'm like, I don't even let the conversation,
Richard.
like I'm probably like people are they look at me and I'm like, by the way, I'm best friends with my ex. Like, I'm like, you can't, like, you are going to know it the second that you're like in my sphere. But for him, obviously, like he gets a lot more pushback than I do. Also, I'm not trying to be in a relationship. So that's why it doesn't bother me in the same way.
But girl, because you are in a relationship with Richard, your ex-husband. You just don't know it.
This situation is a red flag.
You got enough of a relationship emotional attention from him, it seems. That's why it's not important to you. Okay, sorry. That's my judgment. Sorry.
But do you find that women are more intimidated? Like, so for Chris and Derek, the women that they do date, do they get pushback about you? Like, even if Chris and Derek don't care, do they still hear it?
To be honest, Derek's really only dated one person seriously since he and I.
Hot piping tea.
I put out so much crap.
I don't know if that really worked.
Get your hearts ready.
He dated someone seriously? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Okay, going back just a second. Okay. I'm just going to let it ride.
To be honest, Derek's really only dated one
Derek, sorry. I misheard because she said Chris and then she said Derek. Okay, Derek's only dated one person seriously since they broke up. Okay, but it's been like 11 years or something like that. Never mind. I want to know if Chris has dated anybody.
Since he and I. And she and I were good friends. And so we didn't have an issue with that. Like, we were really good friends. We still are to this day. And I met her through Derek. Chris, I don't think he would ever date the kind of girl that would ever have jealousy over that. I really don't. Like, I think their pickers are like, they would probably pick somebody like me. Who would, I
in denial.
And also, I don't think Chris cares to waste time dating right now. You know,
I blame him. Right there with him.
I have the best situation, and this is me looking for the silver lining. But I really do, because I have two guys who are so devoted to their life and their kids right now. They're not. I haven't had to deal with any of that in 15 years. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
not one bit.
I don't buy that. I think she just chooses not to acknowledge that maybe she is in the way of them having successful relationships by simply being so involved in their lives, and maybe they haven't set the boundaries that they need to set.
Yeah. But like, I do think of the kind of person that would be jealous, and neither of those guys would be attracted to that kind of a person, you know?
I think where it gets sticky.
I don't know if jealousy is the right thing, but I think a woman having a radar and going, this is not something a healthy person should be in, and I'm going to exit out. That is like the sign that someone's healthy. If they're like, you're really close friends with your ex-wife and you guys hang out and cuddle and talk for hours on the phone, I don't have time for that bullshit. I'm going to leave. So you're going to end up with someone who's super unhealthy, who's unwilling to see that is potentially a red flag.
This person is not okay.
Thanks, Rachel.
Is that, like, I don't think you have to be a jealous person to not love that your ex spends a bunch of time with their ex. Like, just looking at it from a very like high level logical. Obviously, you and I have very different perspectives because we do it. And the way you're describing Chris and Derek being siblings, that's how I describe to people all the time. That's literally how Richard and I are. Richard and I are each other's family. Like, we got married so young. We moved hours and hours away from our parents, who neither of us were close to or felt safe with anyways. So that was fine. But it was just the two. I mean, children, like, we talk about it. So our son being 15, and we're like, could you imagine in 2.5 years him getting married and doing what we did? Like, it was insane. But because of that, we had to grow up with each other, and we had to really rely on each other in a different way. So we are for sure family. But I do think about it from the perspective of people who don't get that and just not getting that.
I mean, here's the reality is I've dated not long term, but like short little bursts of men who didn't like it. And I do not like men who are like that. Like, I very quickly learned that's just not for me, I could literally go on a vacation with either of them, and Dave would be like, go for it. Cause he just knows, right? Like,
because he's not emotionally invested. He doesn't care. Probably. He's hung up on his ex. That's the dynamic that you're probably in right now, which is not a good one. Because it all happens so fast. There's so many kids involved. There's so much stuff. It's like, and that's, again, at the end of the day, the people who are suffering the most are the 8 children that are involved between all of these parents and dynamics and all of that. And they sort of, you got to have your own life. You got to do whatever. But like, to share all this publicly, red flag. To not really consider how many lives are being impacted by children while they're developing, having to go between Rachel and her boyfriend and Heidi and her boyfriend and her ex-husband, and then flying to Arizona and Texas and Hawaii as a group. And then it's like, that's a lot of upheaval that I think could put a strain on any family. And it's like, I don't hear any of that consideration. I hear, don't like jealous girls who, don't understand. What about the kids? Whatever.
Trust me and all that kind of a thing. Now, I do think this too that I'll add is anytime my exes have dated somebody more seriously, I am very aware of how the other woman might feel. And I 100%, I'm very like, I think now that I think about it, we might both kind of tone it back because I don't ever want that woman to think that I'm trying to, and I have a handful of really great best friends. I really do. And so giving them the space and
name them. And what are you talking about? How does this relate to they're going to date Derek and Chris? Let me go back a second. I missed something. Hold on.
Really great best friends. I really do. I'm very aware of
I went back. Sorry. So she's pretty aware. So she asked like, well, what would you think about them dating someone else? Is that what the question was? Sorry.
That's just not for me. Which I mean, I could literally go on a vacation with either of them and Dave would be like, go for it. Cause he just knows, right? Like he trusts me and all that kind of a thing. Now I do think this too, that I'll add is anytime my exes have dated somebody more seriously, I am very aware of how the other woman might feel. And I 100%, I'm very like, I think now that I think about it, we might both kind of tone it back because I don't ever want that woman to think that I'm trying to, and I have a handful of really great best friends. I really do. And so
I still don't get it.
Giving them the space and the just respect to like do what they need to do and build that. And so, cause I know for me, when I'm dating a man, it's funny because I like with them, there's no, when I'm dating a man though, I want that man to have eyes for me. Yeah. I expect it. I 100% expect that man. Like, and if he doesn't, or if there's like, I want to know if I'm going to spend that much time and give that much,
it's okay for thee, but not for me. Thank you, Heidi.
Find the man who wants me as their best friend. Right. And so I think of how I would want it if it were reverse. And then I kind of honor that for them. And so we've never had any issues. Usually we start connecting more after they break up. We're like, oh, hey, we're back, but we see each other and all that stuff. Yeah.
Have you dated somebody? So like, I guess flipping it on the reverse.
Yes, Dr. Liz, get into the tea.
Have you dated somebody who is as close to their ex as you are to yours?
I wish she'd be like, yes, his name is Richard. I'm actually dating someone new right now. His name is Richard. Have you ever heard of? Oh, oopsies. Sister wife, brother husbands. Yes, that could be the best conglomerate TLC show I've ever seen. I'll watch it. I'll watch it and report every week.
No. So Dave is really the only person that I've dated seriously. And no, I haven't had to worry about that.
Yeah. See, and so I think about that.
I don't worry about that at all. But that's what I'm saying. If Dave was super close and spending a lot of time with his ex, I don't know that that's a relationship I care to be in because I only have so much energy. But that's a good thing is
that's unfair. What the fuck? That's so unfair. Oh, if I'm going to be with someone, he has to have eyes for me. He can't be spending his time with his ex. Okay, but it's fine for you and give them the same opportunity. That's so messed up. That's unfair. That is not fair at all whatsoever. And I wonder if this contributed to why Rachel and Dave have sort of a bad relationship, so it seems. They had like a decent one in the beginning, then it went to nothing. Now it seems like it might be improving a little bit, but I wonder if she's a bigger part of the problem than I originally suspected, just given how she thinks. Like, I don't want her around. I wonder if Dave was being too friendly with Rachel and that bothered her, because that's what she just said, that she doesn't want to be in that situation. She doesn't have enough time. She's got her two other best friend brothers to hang out with, I guess.
It's not like I'm jealous, I'd be worried. It's I only have so much bandwidth in my life outside of my 4 kids and the business that I do. And so I want
Your ex-husbands have businesses too and things to do. Give them that same grace. Come on, that's unfair. Thank you, Josephine Henry. Josephine picked a hippo character and tactical gear doing tactical flanking maneuver hand gestures. Wow. I'm imagining it in my mind, and it is very elaborate. For that, I say,
I don't know if anybody has worked as hard on this topic as I have.
I don't know if anyone has developed the scientific method for this relationship dynamic deeper than this channel.
I don't regret anything.
I don't regret it for a second.
Oh, okay. Colt.
If you say that you have brother husbands and you're all best friends and you want a sister wife.
Oh, okay. Colt.
Once again. Thank you, Josephine Henry. All right. Back to Heidi explaining some crazy shit.
want to know that in my spare time, the person that I'm with is somebody who I'm not like, oh man, you're over at your ex-wife's again and now I gotta wait. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to know that like he's for me, right?
Right. And I did date somebody who they didn't like each other, but they spent time with each other similarly to the way Richard and I do. And I could understand it because I was doing the same thing. And so like, I could get that, but I was also aware that I didn't love it. Like just being completely honest, like I didn't love that I was giving up time, to your point, that we could have been spending together because, you know, he is with her, with them. And so
this is like when you go and hang out with a friend and you both have the same, like toxic trait. Like you go hang out, you have like a shopping addiction and you go hang out with your friend who also has a shopping addiction and you both just gaslight each other, or gas each other up, or you're at the store, you're like, should I buy this? Yes! Oh my God, I would totally buy that. If I was you, I would buy that in a second. And you're like, all right, yeah, okay. And the other one's like, should I buy this? Yes. And it's like, if anyone else was in that scenario, you'd be like, oh my God, this is like two people that are just like in a very unhealthy place. But because they're together, it's like, wow, like, oh, this is such an invigorating conversation. It's like, both of these people, I don't think are experts on relationships, at least healthy ones, in my humble opinion. And I see it's coming through. KT, thank you. KT says, do you still believe in a Rachel Dave reunion? Hell yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think that is the ultimate path to redemption, to salvation for the Hollis Co. brand. I really do. As much as I think I've been surprised that like Heidi and Dave have stayed together so long, or even in this off again thing, on again, off again, and Kez and her have stayed together, Rachel, for so long, I still think ultimately there will be a reunion. I don't know why. I just have a feeling. There's a couple, I just think that Rachel will figure it out, that is the best way to make a lot of money, is to get back with him and then prove, like sell the story of they were, you know, broken apart because of pressures of being mommies and daddies of business boys and business babes. And now they've figured it out and they're going to teach you. I mean, makes business sense to me. Unless Kez proposes and then, you know, she'll just have his money and that'll be it.
I'm about to mess this up.
Hell yeah. But good question. And speaking of,
this girl a mess, y'all.
Shout out Kendra. Okay, here we go.
Definitely. But I think there's also, so like, as you're saying, trying to be respectful about it, that's something that I try to be really aware of, like on both sides. So as the ex, like you're saying, not trying to be like overly intrusive, but then also having the awareness. So if I am dating somebody and that they have that relationship with their ex, that I am trying to be, you know, understanding of
100%
the importance of it.
Like I am all for a good relationship, but it's, I guess the best way to put it is with Chris and I, while we talked for an hour and a half last night, you know, we don't just go out as friends ever. Like we never have. Same with me and Derek. While he and I can have a really deep, meaningful conversation about really anything, he and I have never just hung out as friends. I think we have once, and it was in the middle of and it was really awkward to like be like, let's be friends and let's hang out. But so he and I think we have a really good relationship, but I wouldn't say that it's like I'm going to go hang out when I have a boyfriend, right? I just, it's not that I don't think that that's bad. But not bad either way. It's just, I don't have that. And I think too, even if I wasn't dating somebody.
So once you get the emotional attention you so desire, then you're satisfied. Yeah, that's the undertone throughout this whole thing. That's why she's not dating. She's not dating anyone because she's got the emotional attention and probably, devotion from Richard, who she's no longer attracted to. And when she's got Dave, oh my God, there, it's all mirrored. When she's got Dave, what does she need Derek for? She doesn't need him anymore. Duh. Okay, that's what they're saying without saying here.
Somebody, I would have different male friends. Now I have male friends that I am still friends with, even when I have relationships, right? Sure. So that to me is different. Like, I have guys that I would hang out with as a friend that are not Derek or Chris, if that makes sense.
Right.
But part of, I think, why there's a relationship, but maybe not I'm just going to come hang out with you kind of a friendship. I think it allows us it puts us in a place where we're not going to fight over much, which is really great. So we can keep there's boundaries, right? So we can keep a really great relationship around the kids and all the things with we're not in each other's space all the time, which can kind of annoy people. So we're not as close as you and your ex, but we're really great, if that makes sense.
Well,
is that a story worth talking about on a podcast? Oh, me and my ex-husbands don't hate each other. Okay, congratulations. Why are we making this episode then? I think the weirder one is this one. Is her dynamic seems more odd than even Heidi's. I think she's trying to make it sound like it's the same thing, but it doesn't sound like it's the same thing.
For sure. And me and my ex are navigating recently if we should be as close as we are. So I'm definitely not like promoting it in the way like it is the way to be. I do believe that there's a gray area. It sounds like you guys have found that gray area. Yeah. And that's Richard and I have been talking a lot about that lately. I want him to be happy. I want him to be in a relationship, and I can't pass judgment on these women who are not comfortable with him having the relationship that he does with me. And you mentioned, working with some of your exes, and he and I work together on a lot of stuff. And so there does become a lot of overlap. So I can respect that. And I can see that we've had a lot of conversations recently around, what does this look like? Do we need to pull back so that you can move on? Because I feel so selfish of like, yes, he is my best friend. Yes, he is my safe person. But if he is all those things to me, I need to love him enough to let him be happy and let him find what he needs.
So it sounds like you answered your own question, Dr. Liz. Yeah, that sounds like the more healthier way to handle this situation. And actually, this podcast should probably not exist. You've come to your own conclusions. Congratulations. Thank you to Thule Unruly. Thank you very much. Thule Unruly chose a Shiba dog. I'm just kidding. I don't hate Shiba dogs. That's a joke I made earlier. Shiba dog moves his arm saying goodbye. Why are you saying goodbye?
Clear.
Well, to send you off, Thule Unruly, here you go.
I'm kind of a beast.
You are kind of a beast. Thank you very much. And LCV Maddox is coming through. LCV Maddox, thank you very much. They picked a character holding their head in their hands saying incredible. Oh, here's a random one I never play. Here's a newish one.
The knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away.
The knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away.
I don't really care what the FDA says.
The mango frequency.
That's all for you. LCV Maddox. Oh my God. Yeah, LCV. I said it. I sometimes I have like late onset dyslexia, especially when it's like letters together. I'm like, oh my God. LCV Maddox, thank you. And Thule Unruly, thank you as well. Okay, back to it. So now she's having an epiphany that this actually isn't the way to live. So we can end the podcast right there. But will we? No.
Yeah, you just hit on something. And there's like what you're talking about. Everyone has, like, we're all entitled to make a list of what the ideal relationship would look like for us, right? So what my ideal relationship would look like with a man that I'm involved with on like a romantic level is different than say what yours, whatever. For me, the best friendship connection is the most important thing for me. Like that's like the number one thing.
As opposed to what?
And if I feel like I can trust someone as a best friend and I want to confide all the things to them and I want to laugh with them and I want to do that, that's a person I want to be with forever, because the romantic flame dies down. Like after as many marriages as I've been in, I'll tell you, and I've dated a lot too. It goes away. It always goes.
She just said she has never dated anyone other than Dave, basically, other than her 2 husbands. I thought she said a minute ago.
Goes away. But the thing that I crave and I love the most is the person that I can be wholly myself, like every bit of who I am. Like lay it all out there. The ugly. I can wear my laser cap at night. I can say all the things that I am. And to have them see me and love me for all of it and laugh and think it's cute and funny. And that is Dave. Dave, which is why it's hard for us not to be in a relationship.
I was going to say, so why aren't you with him then? And therefore, that's why we're not together. Okay, let's unpack that.
Because he loves every single part of who I am, but distance makes it difficult. Where my exes weren't like that. And if that is you and your ex, in my mind, I'm like, man.
No, don't say it, Heidi. Don't say it. You are not allowed to join that club. If we, oh my God, had $1 for every time we heard that. We have this really close friend group who we've been friends with like for years. And we always laugh. So there's 4 of us in it. And Rich and I still hang out with them like in that way. Yeah. And they always laugh about that when we told them we were getting divorced.
Yeah.
They were like, you guys literally get along the best out of all of us. You guys like each other the best out of all of us. Like, what is going on? And people just, they just don't, unless you live it, you just don't get it. And I'm going to tell Richard not to listen to this episode because he's going to be like,
the thing is, I've never divorced a person that like, we were like, okay, there's something that doesn't work here. Right. So, except for Dave, but we're not divorced. Right. But like we are constantly on and off, but it's beyond the friendship thing. But there's a part of me that's like, man, this is why I keep going on and off with the guy, because that friendship is so valuable to me. How
does the distance, how do you see that?
The distance thing is surprising because they see each other more than most couples see each other that live near each other. Like he was on a plane every week for the weekend, foregoing time with his own children. So it seemed on social media many times to be with Heidi. So how much more distance can you I don't know, how much closeness do you possibly need? It seems like excessive at this point.
That show up. So I guess, especially when you're talking earlier that connection is so important to you, is that where it comes in, or how does the distance impact you guys?
So I if Dave and I don't end up getting back together, I never say never. I don't know what would, number one, we both need time on our own right now.
Sure.
Yeah. But the distance, if say Dave wasn't here, right? Like, I don't know, say he moved to a foreign country and whatever. And he wasn't an option in the future. I would not be opposed to long distance with somebody else in the future. I actually really like it.
Okay.
Now there's a different situation with
what? I'm confused. Okay.
He and I, so I'll explain that. But I'm somebody who never liked to be alone before. Like there's a Pink song.
Heidi, you don't like being alone now. Cut this shit out. Stop saying this all the time. She has not been alone for like more than 10 minutes in her whole adult life, so it seems, at least since I've been watching her in the last 2 years. She has a weekend to herself. She flies to California to be with her mom. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's just stop saying that you love being alone. You don't. You're not alone ever, 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 ever. Every single solitary moment you could be alone, you are with somebody. Now, I count the kids as people. I'm one of the few. Am I the only one who considers children people? But, to be alone in my interpretation, it's like, okay, you're spending time by yourself. You're not like parenting. You're not dating. You're not with your family. Like you are alone. That's my thoughts on alone. She has not had that time, I don't think, for, like I said, 1 minute in the 2 years I've been following her.
And in it, one of the lyrics is, "The quiet scares me because it screams the truth." And that was me for so many years. And something about these last few years, 2.5 years is how long Dave and I have been dating, or we're dating. The quiet has been beautiful. But I also think I'm growing, and I realized all the things about the void is for me to fill. And what are the things I wish I had in a partner? All right, make a list of them. And Heidi, you better freaking fill these things yourself, right? And so that aha moment and actually being comfortable with myself, being comfortable with my thoughts, and actually loving who I am for the first time, that has made distance actually a thing that I like with a man. Being able to coordinate schedules to where we can be with your kids for a little bit. Like I have my kids for a week, but we could overlap to where we had just enough time with each of our kids. I had half the time with my kids, but then we'd have time alone, and then we'd have time alone with just like no kids and us. And it was so like, I love that. I love that that could happen, because I feel like those are all relationships that you have to nurture. You have to nurture your relationship with yourself first. And it's hard with someone living in state. My relationship with my kids is the next most important. So I need time without him and my kids. Then it's important for he and I to have time without kids to nurture that. And then it's important for him to be with my kids just enough and me with his just enough. So that.
Find somebody else. My God, it sounds exhausting. My kids and his kids and myself and himself and alone and him alone and me alone and our community and us. Oh my God. Yikes. He's too tall to run. This can't be that great that it's worth all of this analysis. I mean, maybe it is, but I just don't think it is. Pablo Hormone. Interesting name. Pablo Hormone. Thank you very much. Pablo says, I want to be Kia's hypothetical ex-husband. Remember, I love me and I'm rooting for me. I love me. This is how they should all do it. I love me and I'm rooting for me. I don't know about being your hypothetical ex-wife, but you know.
The knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away.
That is important. Also,
since then, we've also healed a car.
We've healed a car. And also,
you have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
That's what I have to tell you, Pablo. And I'm glad that Dave Ramsey was here to tell you for me. Thank you very much. Let's continue.
I actually really liked, but distance became hard because I had an aha moment with some anxiety attacks that I was having that I believe was, I think I knew it was over with me and Dave, and it was hard for me to accept it, codependence, right? Yep. And it threw me into anxiety, and I had these things that were like, what is the most important thing to me in my, what do I want my life to look like in 10 years? All right. What do I want it to look like in 20 and 30 and 40 and 50? All right, Heidi, stop focusing so much on building your business and doing these things, and let's build the life that you want. Stop focusing on traveling back and forth to Texas. Do you see a future with Dave? Mm-hmm. And that was my biggest, and Dave and I have had very open conversation about it over the past few months. His youngest is 5. My youngest is 9. And so the reality set in. I knew, when I think of my life in 10 years, all my kids are going to be out of my house, all 4 of them. Mm-hmm. And I want.
You think? That's not necessarily true these days. Have you seen this economy? Have you seen the price of eggs? We may never leave our homes, ever, is what the youth of America says today.
To feel like I have worked toward building a life with somebody, right? And it's really difficult to build a life with Dave and he with me when we are both independently so rooted, and our kids are both the most important thing to both of us, right? Mm-hmm. He's very rooted in Dripping Springs and has to be, and I love that he is. And I'm very rooted in Arizona, and it does, even in weeks where we don't have our kids, I'm still home a lot because my kids have a lot of sports. He's still there. And so it is harder to build a life with somebody who also has 4 kids and is rooted across the country.
No shit.
That's really what it boils down to with Hannah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that complicated. I don't know why she had to do the whole thing about how much she loves it and how great it is, that the way that it worked was so wonderful. It sounds like very rational, very reasonable. And I was just talking, I had my therapy session this morning, and I was just talking about this, how for so long I lived my life and I still catch myself doing it, and I need to stop, or at least keep catching it, but stop doing it. Where you live in such a way that like everything's a sign, everything is, you know, guided, everything. And it's not by religion for me, but it's about like, I don't know. It was like the way that my mom parented. It's like if she made a mistake, it was like, well, nothing can ever be the wrong thing. There's no such thing as regrets. So, you know, if I screwed up or something, like, well, then it was meant to be that way, or you deserved it in some way. JB. Okay, JB, I think you've left a message. I'll check in a second. And so I think that leads to, what was I saying? This magical thinking of like, Dave and I are meant to be together, so we must defy the odds to make it work because he's my soulmate. He's the only person that can fulfill this emotional need in me. When meanwhile, if she went on 5 dates with men who live in Arizona, who may or may not have children or have a little bit less or whatever, or have kids there but are able to stay in town, she probably would have a healthier, better, stronger relationship. But I believe that she, like me sometimes, is under this belief that certain people are meant for you and then you should suffer to try to make it work. And 9 times out of 10, it's just not going to work. And you need to like be realistic about that. Because look, I mean, this isn't not working. See all the signs. But it's like, well, I'm not going to give up on this person that means so much. It's like, yeah, but there's other people who could mean so much to you if you just let it happen. But whatever. Anyways, thank you to JB. I'm going to check your messages right now.
Yeah, no, and that makes a lot of sense because you have to, I agree that you do need to know the things you want to need in a relationship, and you have to be able to meet a lot of those things for yourself. But a big thing that I work on with my clients is for them to identify also those things in a partner. So their wants, their needs, and their boundaries, and that they write it out. They're very clear on what that looks like. And so as you're describing, you know, if that want or need is to grow roots with somebody or is to be able to plan your future long-term, and you see all the barriers in the way to do that, I mean, that's a lot of self-respect that you are willing to take what is so good and decide to sacrifice that because you know long-term, you know, that's not what's best for you. It's a really hard decision, but it's a really powerful one.
I think she was insinuating, Heidi, 5 seconds ago that Dave broke up with her. So I don't think it's necessarily self-respect as much as he can't move to Arizona, so the relationship's over because that's what she wants him to do. And he's like, I can't. My children are in Texas. I have an ex-wife in Texas. This is our custody agreement. What do you want me to do? I guess we have to break up if you need me to be here. That's what it reads to me. Anyways, JB says, fails to mention lack of connection with Dave's family. Yeah, I agree. At least his extended family. You know, she can be around the kids, but that's about it, so it seems. Which, you know, may be relevant or not, I don't know. But yeah, that is something interesting that she's not gone down that lane, gone down that road with.
Yeah, you know, and I do think, though, it also, like, I'm aware enough to know that Dave and I met very soon after he and Rachel split. Like, I mean, there was a podcast. He invited me to do a podcast with him on his. Then Rachel had kind of said that you can have that podcast, whatever, the one that they had together. I had never listened to it. So I was but I was passing through Texas. So I ended up meeting, it was a few months after he and Rachel had split is when we met.
Okay. And it was July and Rachel had told him in May that she didn't want to be with him anymore. So, okay, I guess a couple months, but barely.
We didn't start dating right away. But a friendship grew and turned into a relationship. And I think there are also some underlying elements for the both of us. Like a year outside of a marriage for me, when I was a year outside of the marriage with Chris, it still is not a lot of time, especially considering I was married for 5 years before. A year after that marriage, I met Chris. A year and a half later, he and I were married and having a baby. Like there's not been a lot of time for me to grow.
No
and
shit.
there's definitely was not, Dave was in that marriage for, I don't even know how many years, maybe 20. I could be wrong.
It wasn't 20. It was like 12, 15, something like that.
16.
Yeah, about
but
that.
I think they were together for 20 years. There was no time to process any of it. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And there are, like, when I make a list of what I want in a partner, I don't know that I'll find the right partner the next person I meet or the one after the one.
No
I
one
think
does.
it takes time, right? Because every relationship we have, we get to see what works and what doesn't. And we get to say, oh, okay, I got this that time from this guy. And then I got that over. And these are things like, this is something I don't want. This is what I do want. So you get to create what you want.
Yeah.
But I also don't know that I believe there's the one, right? Like, I think it's really awesome that I have gotten to have the experiences that I have with the people that I have. I think that's a part of, I think what it's really doing is making you the one is what it is, because you're getting to see. But yeah, it is. Oh, go ahead.
I think that view of there is the one, I think is so detrimental for so many people, because I think that it keeps people either stuck in toxic relationships because they're so convinced, but this is my person, because, you know, all these check mark reasons of why. And so they'll stay in spite of it not being healthy. Yeah. Or on the flip side, it prevents the more avoidant people from getting in relationships because they're so picky. So it's like, nope, that can't be it. That can't be it. You know? And so
it's all fun. They just need to do it.
Yeah. I really think it holds people back.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy dating?
The idea of dating right now feels awful. Like, now before, I would say outside of both of my other marriages, I was like, oh, I'm ready right away. Right. Because there was a part of me, I think, that craved attention of men more than I do now. I just don't care anymore. Like, I don't know what happened to me, but
you got with Dave and he's feeling that need for you, I think.
I don't need it anymore. I think, again, there were so many emotional voids that I was filling, and I didn't even know. I had no idea. So I was excited to date after both of my last marriages. Now I am not, there's not a part of me that I'm like, man, like I have a lot more responsibility now. I have a business I'm building. My kids are at an age where I'm like, they're so close to leaving the house, 2 of them. And it makes me really sad. A relationship with Dave, which was great. It took a lot of energy. And I'm really looking forward to having the energy for myself and for my kids and my business right now. And I feel like I'm like, oh, okay, there's no one man that's going to save and fix everything like you thought, or no one perfect guy.
No shit.
The next thing is going to be another couple years of figuring it out. And then do I start over again? You know? So it's like, I'm not in a rush this time. I think I'm not excited about it, and I'm not in a rush. But there will come a point when I am. I feel like I have stuff to do on my own right now, you know?
Right. It's such a sign of healing that you aren't the things that you were using to fill the void prior. That's not what you're looking for. That's not what you're searching out right now. It sounds like you're finding a lot of contentment in you and in your goals and your passions. And I mean,
that's what you're supposed to say. That's what you're supposed to say now. You know, you're not supposed to admit, oh yeah, I'm really struggling without male attention and I need it and crave it and want it. But that's not, you know, something that's going to make me appealing to male attention. So yeah, I'm just focused on me right now while probably obsessively trying to get back with Dave or whatever. I don't know. Again, like, I don't think she should be talking about any of this publicly at all. But if I was to be Dr. Liz in a private conversation, I would say, like, you know, like, it's okay to sort of deal with these issues and feelings. Thank you. You know, and it's okay to like be obsessed with a man. Let's figure out why, as opposed to just lying to yourself by saying like, I don't need anyone right now. It's like, I don't know. It just seems so pointless to just, it's like saying, I love myself when you utterly do not. It's not going to magically change how you actually feel until you deal with the issues.
Yeah, it's a.
How about you? Are you dating? Have you been dating? Tell me.
Yeah, how about
This
you?
is where our producer Melissa gets happy. I am supposed to be dating. Supposed to be in the sense we had a dating coach on a few episodes ago.
That is
he's
amazing.
like, I was like, I didn't realize this was going to turn into me working with dating coach, but I'm on apps. Not that I use them. It's such a joke. Like I don't, and then obviously Instagram, there's plenty of DMs that go on. So like the opportunities are all there, but I'm probably fall in the category of like the one. And so I don't believe in the one, but like the idea of being super picky, right? So just being really selective. Like it takes a lot to pique my interest. And because I am so career driven and I'm so obsessed with my kid, to your point, like in order to pull me away from either one of those things, like it has to be.
And because you have poor Richard, I shouldn't say poor, maybe he's not innocent in this whole thing, but you have Richard maintaining that attention and that like feeling of, oh, you're wanted, I'm sure, because she left the marriage, and Richard, is just remaining this like bestie now. So yeah, there's no real urgency. Why would you? Sounds like a pretty sweet situation to me.
It has to be worth it. And it hasn't been found as of yet. So
I think that's really good. You and I are a little bit different I love that you're so picky, right? I am because of my upbringing and because of some of the things that I went through, I can love anybody. I'm not kidding you. I can actually find the good in and love anybody. And I can really love them, right?
Why was there a cut there? Sorry, I'm eating my Gatorade protein bar. Gatorade. They must have cut something out she didn't want, because that was the first cut I've seen. Let's go back.
Whether it's toxic, anybody, and I can really love them, right?
Weird. That's a weird thing to say. I can love anybody. I don't think Dave Hollis is the hottest guy that's ever walked the earth, but Chris is a conventionally attractive muscle man. Derek is a pretty attractive, conventionally attractive man. Give me a break. You can love anybody? Okay, then go do it. Because the people you've chosen have been pretty like good millionaires, like give me a break.
Whether it's toxic, abusive, anything.
Toxic, abusive, anything, I can love anything? Come on, what is this?
The good in and love anybody, and I can really love them, right? Whether it's toxic, abusive, anything. My work, I also don't like to hurt feelings. So I think my work next time is in having a conversation over an app and having the courage to not feel like I have to go to coffee with them if I don't like them. Right?
Yeah. Practicing boundaries.
And then when we go to coffee with the right person, having the courage to like not go on a date with them, because I am somebody who likes to make people happy. I feel like I need to like show them respect and then, after a week or a month, having the courage to break up with somebody because
I relate to that. In the past, it's like you feel like some obligation, like I don't really care, but I'll look like a bad guy because I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just not interested, and it's unfair to be mean, so I'll just continue to see how it goes. Maybe I'll change my feelings. It's like, it's fine. You're not a bad person. So relatable, #relatable. Oh my God, just like the title said.
I mean, I am a person that's always had a hard time saying no.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to be a bad girl, a mean girl, right?
Right. Yeah, you end up in a lot of situations that obviously
sounds like something Rachel Hollis would say.
Not wanting to be in. And to your point, like really, really convincing yourself that you want to be there and that you do, you're finding all the reasons to stay. And that's, that takes control of the mind in a lot of ways. So sounds like we are definitely on the opposite ends of the spectrum. So maybe we should become dating buddies and we can like really encourage healthier behaviors.
You can be like, no.
Maybe you guys should date each other because they both live in Arizona. They both have similar philosophical views. And Heidi can love anybody. So Mix it up.
And you could be like, give him a try, Liz.
I mean, like, look at his heart. He's a good person. Like, he really loves you. Oh.
Yes. All right. Well, we have some partnering to do for sure. So Heidi, tell us a little bit just about the work that you do. And then I know you have a really cool program coming out in January, and tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, yeah. So I actually, because I can love anybody, it's a real thing. I also have like we all have gifts. One of mine is being able to see in people what they can't see in themselves. I know what people are capable of. I think you know what they're capable. We all know what they're capable of, but it doesn't matter if they can't see it in themselves. So I'm a trainer, but I always say I serve people what they think they want. And then when they come in, I give them what they really need. They think they want diet and exercise. So that's how I bring them in. But what we serve them is the tools to actually love who they are.
They think they're getting diet and exercise, but really they're getting emotional manipulation. Cool.
Comfortable with who they are and figure out why they thought they wanted to lose the weight in the first place, or all the things. And then we heal from the inside out. And yeah, we do the physical work, but that's a byproduct. The weight loss or the shape change is a byproduct of them actually learning the real tools to transformation and self-love. So I have challenges that I run. I have an app, again, because some people think that they want workouts. I'll give you the workouts because that's where I'm trained. But
sure.
I have this really cool 5-day, it's called the 5-day Better Body Boot Camp. We give workouts every day. But what we give more than anything is every single day. I say, give me 5 days for 5 minutes a day. These are people who have tried and failed and tried and failed and tried and failed. We've all been there, right? And when we try and fail,
it's all about self-love. That's why I force these women to put their sports bras on to compare their bodies and before and after shots, specifically to see, look at this self-love right here. Do you see the self-love right above her bra line or right below? Yeah, that line right there, that shows that she has done her inner healing. Like, stop lying. It's a weight loss boot camp. You say some motivational dumbass quotes from probably Tony Robbins, who stole it from someone else, that says like, you can do it, don't stop doing it. And that's what you call transformation. Great. But why is this? People want the workouts. They think they want the workouts, but they want shut up, just stop it. Just be honest. It's a workout plan. It'll help you lose weight. We're obviously highlighting the weight loss. It's stupid.
Over and over and over, we end up hating ourselves. We hate ourselves. We don't believe we can do anything. We're like beliefless. And so my thing is, give me 5 days. Give me 5 minutes a day for 5 days. Let me teach you a nutrition tip and a 5-minute workout, super easy. And then I'm going to give you a life lesson that will.
No offense to this person, but all this person did looks like they pulled up their pants. Like, what am I actually looking at? Like, no offense to this person, but like, you pulled your shorts up.
A perspective shift that will help you look at everything differently and help the diet and exercise that you choose, help it stick. Because otherwise everything's temporary. And this 5-day Better Body Boot Camp, we have one starting January 2nd. It's completely free. And it is the most magical thing. I poured my heart and soul into it, and it helps people see that
one of the days was like 5 minutes of straight lunges. You poured your heart and soul into it. You barely showed up for this. I'll use it their way.
They are worthy and they are capable, and it helps them begin to believe in themselves again. And then the sky's the limit. I'm not kidding. Some of the transformations that we've had that started with that boot camp are insane.
That's so cool. It's really the snowball effect, right? Like, you get the buy-in on those the base level of like, I can do hard things, and then I can do harder things. And then it really grows from there. It's a really great approach. Where can people find the program? Where can they find more about you in general? Social media, website?
On Kia's World. Only and exclusively. All right, I'm assuming she just wraps it up there, please. One more shout out to Chris at the end. Okay, thoughts? There was a lot to go through there. But basically, it seems like Dave... Okay, this is my takeaway from this. It seems like Heidi decided in order for this relationship to work, we need to be physically together. Now, we already know, she didn't say it, but they own a house together, or at least he bought the house for her, so it seems, in Arizona, because it looked like maybe he was going to be spending more time there with his kids. I don't think Rachel is a huge fan of the kids leaving to go to Arizona every week to visit dad. I don't think that's fair for anybody involved. They have lives, they have sports, they have football, whatever. That's not fair to the kids. So I think that Heidi said, you need to move here or we're breaking up. I can't do it anymore. And he said, well, we're going to break up because I can't do that. And I think she's upset about that. Like, he didn't sacrifice the ultimate sacrifice for me. That's what I think personally, because the way she was describing how much she loves it, the back and forth and this and that, I'm not buying that. And I think what happened was she said, I want to be chosen. She said that I want to be number one. And he was like, I can't do that. Rightfully so. And not that he wouldn't choose her if he didn't have kids. I think he would already be the live-in boyfriend by now, way by now. But you have a 5-year-old. That's not like you have a kid about to go to high school and you're sort of like, okay, 2 more years and I'm out. You got a whole lifetime to grow up, or for that child to grow up with a co-parent, with her and her boyfriend and all those logistics. And, she's traveling for tours and stuff. Like, it comes a time where it is logistics. People say, like, what's the most important thing in a relationship? And people are like, oh, like passion, like, okay, whatever, sure. It's logistics and geography. Those are the 2 most important things in a relationship that's going to work long term, in my opinion. I'm not a relationship expert, I'm not a podcast host of a relationship podcast. So, don't take my word for it. But, those are the things that really, especially with children and kids and schedules, that's the stuff that you're going to be dealing with day in and day out. Any love is not going to outlast that. Very, 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 very few. And good luck. I haven't seen one couple successfully do it. So, Heidi and Dave, if you figure it out, I stand corrected. But yeah, I think that's why you're not together currently. Anyways, on to the next. Shall we? I don't have the Rach Tuck studio loaded up anymore. I'll have to find another one. Let's do Tony Robbins meets Rachel Hollis for the second time. And apparently he says something. If you're a teacher, apparently Tony Robbins thinks that you don't deserve much income, I guess, is what I saw on Reddit. I have not listened to a second of this one, so we'll see how it goes. So let's pull up Spotify. Hola, Spotify. Oh, thank you, Mary Dill Pickle. What a good name as well. Are you related to, what's the, Tommy Dill Pickle? From the Rugrats? Mary says, thank you for being our captain navigating us through this shit show. Thank you. You're welcome.
This is just stupid.
What did I actually retain what did I learn? Nothing great that I didn't already intuitively know.
Somebody ought to smack you.
That's what I say to Richard. Poor Richard. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. Let me just double check that this isn't on YouTube, on Rachel's YouTube. She hasn't uploaded anything in like 3 weeks, the last time I checked. But I'm pretty sure it's just a podcast. Oh, no, he is. I'm so glad I checked. Okay. We get to see his manly face. We get to hear his manly voice and also see his manly face. Okay. Tony R. So Rachel interviewed him back in, I don't know, a year ago maybe, and when he was promoting this book. So now why she's interviewing him again, I don't know, but the last time they were in person together and she had her feet were up on the couch with her crisscross applesauce, and she was just so cozy and right, yes, when he was spewing literal pseudoscience bullshit, nonsense, anti-vax sentiment at her for like an hour and a half. So, it's probably more of the same, I'm guessing. Thank you, Mai. Mai says, is Taro vacationing at her gingerbread house? She's not in her gingerbread house. Taro! Come here, baby. We'll see. We have a guest over, so she's a little bit more wary. She's usually either attached to me at the hip during the... Hi, girly. Come here. Okay, she's listening to my siren call. Well, come up here. Here. She's on my treadmill. Come on. Now, it's getting crowded over here at my desk. Come on. Come here. Can I pick you up? No? Okay. Well, she's closer. Maybe she'll get antsy in a second. I want to cause her trauma. But she's right here. Come on. She'll come up in a second. Okay. Let's get this rolling. I'm working on it.
Their building's bigger than yours, and their furniture's nicer than yours.
Here's my favorite Tony Robbins quote.
What excites me most is see a person die.
Take it out of context? Yes, it is. Will I explain it? No. Okay, there's 3 comments on this video. I like that... the testing season. I'm currently going through a major testing season. I wish I was mentally strong as Tony Robbins. Okay. Love this so much. So encouraging and motivating. Great conversation. Signed up for the event. Oh, I'm sure. Okay, great. There's an event we get to go to. Woo. Oh, yippee. Yippee-ki-yay. Okay, here we go. Teeny Robbins. Daddy Robbins. Here we go.
Decisions we make every moment. And if you make these decisions differently, your life different. The first one is, what are you going to focus on? As I tell people, you're not experiencing your life right now.
Oh, come up.
You're experiencing the life you're focusing on.
Shut up.
See, if you focus on some aspects of your life, you're going to be pissed off or worried. But to be pissed off and worried, you have to delete all the things you could be grateful for. If you're really having a great life right now, you're deleting all the things you could be pissed off about. So it's whatever you focus on, that determines the control of your life.
So do you want to just...
Wise words, Tony. Just focus on the things you want to focus on. Cool.
Jump right in? I know you're
Whenever
super
you're
busy.
ready.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. You know, I was thinking this morning of how much we as a society have gone through in the last 2 years into our 3rd year, and how much that shapes us and changes us and affects us in all the ways. And I was curious, what are some of the ebbs and flows you've seen in your community because of everything that's happened with pandemic and the economy? Like, what are the trends that you're seeing right now?
Well, there's a lot of people that, you know, it's kind of like people that, I don't know if you had a great grandparent or a grandparent that went through the Depression, but it's such a significant emotional event, being locked up for such a period of time, having people's businesses shut down, the idea that people are afraid that if they're around somebody, they could breathe something and then die. Just the exaggeration of the situation that we've all come to know now wasn't really accurate.
COVID denier. Siren. Here we go. Yeah, the biggest thing I took away from the pandemic was definitely people's businesses getting shut down. Do you know how much fucking money, like billions of dollars, went into PPE? Rachel Hollis being one of the recipients of that, of over $1 million from the government to keep their businesses open. And guess how many people work for Rachel Hollis now? Like 2. So I think the millions of deaths, or 1 million plus deaths from COVID, would be more relevant to me, and not that it was exaggerated. So just shut the frick up already, Tony Robbins. But we already knew he was a COVID denier. This is just another thing that I'm sure Rachel will not push back on whatsoever.
And die. Just the exaggeration of the situation that we've all come to know now wasn't really accurate. I think that's left a permanent mark on a percentage of the population. There's no question. It's not usually people that come to me, because people that come to me are usually hungry. They either are doing extremely well and they're hungry because that's why they do well. They're always looking for that edge, or there's somebody going through a really tough challenge, but they're not willing to give up. And so that tends to be who I personally interact with. But I think that, then stacking onto it, you know, inflation, you know, I'm old enough to remember, you know, when I was just starting my business, it was 18% interest rates. That's what it cost to buy a house or to get a loan. And, you know, today people are freaking out about 7%, you know, but I lived through stagflation. So a lot of people, they don't know what that means. They don't know that means your assets are going down and your costs are going up. And it's a little scary for people, and it's going to get worse.
Back in my day, I had to walk to school on snowshoes over Mount Everest every day. And also, it cost me 18% to open a loan. Also, back when he was getting into business, I don't know what year, like women could not even open credit cards near the time when he was entering the business. So shut the fuck up. Sorry.
There's no question in the near future, it's not going to last forever. Winter's never forever. It's always followed by a springtime. But when you're in the middle of it, when things are going well, people think it's going to go well forever. When things are going bad, they think it's going to go bad forever. So it's going to be longer than we want. But it's like winter is the time in which you can grow the most. It's you either freeze to death or you learn to ski and snowboard and you build a business and have time with your family and you grow. Because if you do well and
oh, no wonder she wants to ski now. Tony Robbins said skiing is the key to success. Now Rachel's throwing herself down the Swiss Alps to prove to him that she can do it too.
winter,
All
when
makes
spring
sense.
comes, you pretty much dominate for the rest of your life. This is like the testing season. And
Absolutely.
it's going to be longer than we want it to be.
Rachel, absolutely. Shut up. Oh my God, I hate her so much. I'm sorry.
I can promise you that. It's not transitory, as all the bullshit that was told to us by people in government. They're all just selling. But we have some real challenges.
Wait, I'm sorry. I gotta go back. What is he saying about the government? She looks like she's, watching a puppy be born. Like, oh, this is so beautiful. Yeah. Tony is like 60 something years old. He actually did this super cringe birthday party where it's like these, again, like I don't mean to be mean, but like D-list celebrity people came up and like praised him on a stage for like 2 hours straight and just sucked his dick essentially. I'm sorry. I get cruder after hour 2. And it's so embarrassing. So if you ever want a good time, you can go watch Tony Robbins' birthday celebration online.
I can promise you that. And it's not transitory, as all the bullshit that was told to us by people in government. They're all just selling. But we have some real challenges to face.
I don't know what he means.
But what you can do is train yourself to be more unshakable. It's like we all know people who all hell's breaking loose, and it's not like they're fearless, but there's some part of them that stays centered in the middle of the storm, and they figure out how to take advantage of it as opposed to reacting to it. Some people, COVID destroyed their life. Some people, it started to destroy their life, and then they figured a way to adapt. And they made some.
Yeah, the rich people continued to get rich or got richer, and the poor people continued to be poor. Oh, it's all a mindset because they went to my conference.
Aspect of their life better than it was before. And I think that's really our job. Our job is to see it as it is, but not worse than it is, right? Because if you make it worse than it is, you do that because you're afraid of failing, you're afraid of being disappointed. That's most people. But then you don't have a life. Like without a vision, people perish, right? It says in a good book, called The Good Book. So it's like, you got to see it as is, not worse than it is. Then you got to see it better than it is, or there's no reason to go for it. And you got to get a vision beyond where you are. And then you got to make it that way by having the right kinds of strategies. So that's why, when 2020 happened and people were locked up, and, I'm used to doing stadium events of 15, 20,000 people. And so I was like, we'll move to Vegas. And they shut down Vegas.
Why are we editing? Why are we editing these fucking podcasts? That was another hard cut edit. Don't put that in there. Must have said something worse than he's already said. I'm going to go back. That was not me.
Stadium events of 15, 20,000 people. And so I was like, we'll move to Vegas. And they shut down Vegas. Well,
sketchy. Trying to make him not look as bad as he really was on this call. I see you. Oh my God, I almost forgot his name. Jack.
We're going to do this in movie theaters. They shut down movie theaters. But then I built this studio, and then I decided, I want to help people. I don't want money to be in the way. I don't want time to be in the way. I don't want travel to be in the way. So for 3 straight years now, I've done this 5-day challenge. This year we call it Become Unshakable. And it's no charge whatsoever. It's not partial fee. It's totally free. And I show people what to do for your finances going forward. What are you going to do for your career? What are you going to do to make your relationship better? What are you going to do?
Tony discovered the internet in 2020.
So you have the energy to make your life great. And we take about 2 hours each day. I usually go 2.5 or 3 because I want to add value and no charge. And we just go deep for 5 straight days in a row. And people get a new momentum. And then they walk into 2023, not with dread or not with just hoping. Hope is no strategy. They've got a plan.
Oh my God, that was her line. That was her phrase. Hope is not a strategy. Oh, did he come up with that and she stole it? Ooh, interesting. Or did he steal it from her? Let me know.
And so we're going to do that again this year. Last year, we had 1 million people participate. So I think we'll have a very similar group today. And it's people from all over the world. And anybody who wants to go can go to becomeunshakable.com and get yourself registered, because it's January 24th through the 28th that we'll be doing this. But I want you to know it's designed to make you so that you can deal with what's here. Because if you don't have a plan, it's going to be a scary time for a lot of people. It won't be if you have a great plan.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned, knowing old.
That's how Tony claps, by the way. Oh, looky here. She's got a fucking manicure. Oh, I thought we were never doing our nails again, hippie Rachel.
Am I the only hippie?
She made a whole thing about this on Rach Talk, that she doesn't do her nails anymore because she's an evolved human and she doesn't need to do her nails anymore because all she cares about is her own self-realization, actualization. Oh, you got caught. Your Frenchies are caught in the act.
Older relatives, or maybe experiencing someone who had lived through the Great Depression, because I think
she's like, all the toxic chemicals that go into nail polish, I can't do it to my precious body. 1 year later. Hey guys.
In a time like this, when it would be really easy to be super overwhelmed because you're probably burnt out from everything that's been happening the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Knowing that my audience, so many of them.
She's got the high voice on today, by the way. She's got her ad read voice where it's a little bit higher than normal, just so she can sound more feminine, I think. I don't know, just my thoughts. She usually sounds, when she's doing her own podcast, like much more like, come on, you guys. I took a shot with an old lady and everyone laughed. Like, that's her normal voice. And now she's a little bit higher, just a little bit more, courteous to the guest.
Our parents. I'm thinking about, if you experienced a parent who lived through something like the Great Depression, there's no way that didn't bleed over onto you. There's no way that fear didn't hit you. There's no way that you maybe escaped that scarcity mindset. Like, even if we don't know how or what we're going to do next, just the fact that there are people who are counting on us is such a huge piece of being able to try and figure out a path. So
Rachel, you're so spot on. You need reasons beyond yourself.
Right.
Because if you just try to take care of yourself, there's not that much. I have 5 kids and 5 grandkids. You have 4 kids, right?
4 kids, yeah.
Yeah, 4 kids.
A lot of kids.
You can't,
Can they ever say they have 4 children without putting that secondary thing on it? That's 1,000 kids. It's so many kids. Who decided to have these children? You, bitch.
You can't give up, right? You couldn't give up. And that's really interesting because, if you think about it, every generation experiences.
Burden yourself with more responsibilities to therefore have to provide for them. Good advice.
It's winter. It's a long period of time where they're going to have beautiful days in winter, can be sunny and gorgeous, but the overall theme is more fear and uncertainty. And so, some people experience that in their 0 to 20 stage of life. Some people, it's the 20 to 40 stage, some the 40 to 60, some 60 to 80. So if you look at the greatest generation in history, it's the generation that was born around 1910. Now that group was not respected. They grew up and they were known as
your generation, Tony, would disagree with that. I think the boomers think that they're the best.
Flappers. They were spoiled rotten because they grew up, we won World War I, and we were the champions in the world. They saw all this technology, radio, television, cars, and they saw, and everybody was partying, and it was this really high, optimistic time. It's called fall, when everybody's reaping. But fall is followed by winter. So right when these kids were turning 20, 1929, 19 years old, if they're born in 1910, the entire world dropped out. Instead of a car,
they would be 29 years old. No, you're right, 19. Sorry, changed my mind. I can't do math.
Instead of this great life, everything was devastation. People jumping out of buildings, people standing in bread lines. If they're in the Midwest, it was the Dust Bowl. And they made through 10 years of the Depression only to turn 29 and think, oh, now life's going to be easy. And World War II breaks out. And it looks
You're
like
not going to miss the draft.
Right? And they get drafted. But what's
You're going to miss the draft. I'm sorry. I don't get the joke. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I'm too young and modern to understand what you guys are talking about.
Unfollow me.
Oh, Lord. Okay, continue your fucking history lesson about 1910, please.
Crazy is that generation that was considered so weak because the environment demanded it, got strong, and they became the hero generation. And when they came home after the war, we had this great optimistic period from 1945 till about the time Kennedy was killed in 1963. And it was an optimistic time. Then you go through the hot summer. This happens every 80 years where young and old fight about values. That was the 60s and 70s. Then you go through the pragmatic time of people financially reaping. That was the 90s and 2000s. Now we're in winter. We're back in winter.
Oh yeah, the 2000s. Yeah, 2008 was a great time of reaping, reaping what we sowed. Yeah, I don't think now. Yeah, now it's the winter. You don't think the financial crisis of 2008 was worth a mention here? Does it fit your theory? It doesn't fit the time frame for your 5-day fucking boot camp. Okay, cool. Why is it always 5 days? There's got to be some scammer grifterific reason for 5 days versus 4 or 6. I want to know. Tell me.
It'll be longer than you want. You got to get strong during winter, because then springtime, the rest of your life will be easy if you do it. If you look at the top 1,000 companies, Fortune 1,000 companies, they could be born in any one of these 4 financial seasons. But of the top 1,000, more than 60% of them were born in a winter, in a recession or a depression. That's Exxon, Disney.
It's such a wild statistic. I mean, this is the
She cut herself there, edited whatever dumb shit she had to say there. Okay, another little edit.
The magic of hearing someone speak, like encouragement and hope and ideas and inspiration, as opposed to filling our minds with what's in a feed of the world's ending, we all hate each other, it's all bad, we're all screwed.
Yeah, I'd much rather listen to someone selling me on a product 24 hours a day. Instead of listening to truth, I'd rather listen to sales pitch and copy. That's going to make my life fucking better, you dumb ass. I'm sorry. I don't mean her as a person. I mean her, what she says, what she stands for.
Is that reminder that there are so many businesses, massive companies who were born not just in...
Guess whose company failed, completely got decimated in 2020 for her own personal pandemic, an internal pandemic, an implosion, so to speak, of her own brand and life. Yours, Rachel. So you're the exact opposite of what this whole lesson is supposed to be. You actually had the greatest fall ever. You were making millions of dollars, and then you jumped out of a building because it was 1929 for no reason other than your own greed and, I don't know, her like self-aggrandizing behavior. Great that she's the one leading this conversation.
You know, however long ago, but like if you look at 2008 and how many businesses were born in that crisis that are now thriving today, I think for me as an entrepreneur of 20 plus years, that is the thing that like has helped me time and time again is like, okay, well, someone else figured this out. Someone else got through that.
Yeah, his name is Dave Hollis, and he figured it out to get a corporate job in Disney World to provide your income, to give you security. And now you're divorced from him, so I'm sure you're okay for the rest of your life. Okay, yeah, he figured it out for you.
So if someone else can get through this, there's an equation or there's a recipe, there's ideas. So what are some of those components and those recipe pieces that if someone is trying to keep their mindset strong, to stay focused, to keep their eyes above the waves, what are some of the things that they can do in a time like this?
Well, the first thing is you got to participate in your own rescue. You can't hope the government's going to do it. It's not going to work that way. They can't.
Why do you hate the government so much, Tony Robbins? My God. Yeah, check his taxes. I don't think he's paying taxes. He seems to hate the government. Or maybe he had to pay taxes this year for the first time ever, and he's like bitter about it. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm looking at so if you're in a thing, sorry, I'm just talking to myself. Kelly and CT, I found your comment. Cheers to 2 months of choosing sadness. Woo! Thank you and welcome.
You are privileged AF.
And by you, I mean I am privileged AF. Thank you.
Keep printing more money. That's why we have the inflation we do. And it's going to get a little bit worse before it gets better. But what is inflation? The prices are increasing. It's uncomfortable. It's a little freak out for people. But overall, inflation, it varies on what you're buying, but it's about 7.5%. Anyone can become 10% more productive. anyone could become 20 or 50% more productive. When I met Jim Rohn, my original teacher, I had four fathers. I feed 100 million people a year. We're about to hit, we just hit 950 million meals. We're going to hit 1 billion meals.
No one cares. No one cares. No one cares.
One of the reasons I do that is because I grew up.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
With absolutely nothing. And I had four different fathers. And I had a Thanksgiving.
Rachel, why don't you tell Tony how much money you took from the government and then have no staff to show for it? Over $1 million. You should tell him that, babe.
We had no money and food and somebody fed us. So that's what kind of triggered me to be who I am to a great extent. It made me believe strangers care. But one of the things that came out of that was I went to Jim Rohn at one point and I said, all four of my dads were good people. We had money for food. I mean, it's like we were starved. We had crackers and peanut butter, right? But we didn't have, a Thanksgiving dinner. And I said, why is that?
I hate to say it, but I don't really buy his story. He's told the same exact story for so many years. I'm just not buying it. I think it's very similar to Rachel's story where it's like, I was poorer than poor. I was dirt on the floor. And in reality, they were living in California in a modern mid-century, house, and they owned, I don't know that's to be fact. I just have a feeling that they wouldn't, it's not putting it past them to come up with the most, epic rags to riches story possible by embellishing their life story and their origins, because none of these stories are real in its essence. Thank you, JB. JB says, the spicier Kia gets, the happier I am. I'm trying to find a level between me sleeping and angry cops somewhere in there, just to keep it within reason, because I don't want to be hateful for no good reason. I want to be fair, and I feel like if I let myself get too angry, then it'll just overflow. So gotta find the balance. But in my heart,
I do not give a fuck.
Rock on.
I'm probably gonna misquote it.
I am not problematic,
Rachel says as she interviews Tony Robbins as he dismantles the government from probably a hotel room in Miami. All right, back to it. Thank you.
And I said, because they're smart men, they're good men. And he said, Tony, here's what you need to understand.
Tony.
We're all equal as souls, but we're not equal in the marketplace. He said, you have to become more skilled to be more valuable in the marketplace. You have to see, what does the market need? He said, think of it this way. If you go to work for McDonald's and you make, in those days, it was $4 an hour. Now it's $7 or $8 an hour. That is not designed to be your long-term job. It's an entry job, and because anybody can do it. Anybody can learn to do a McDonald's job, especially now they use pictures, in an hour. Robots.
Okay, I'm going to let it ride. Go on.
Are going to replace those people very soon. It won't be very long. It's already happening in some places, right? Automation. So if that's that simple, that's why you get paid so little. Because I was saying, well, what about a teacher who makes only $40,000 a year, and then you see this hedge fund guy make $2 billion? He goes, Tony, the hedge fund guy you're talking about gave people a 40% return when the average person's getting 4%.
Suck my dick, you piece of shit. Oh, yeah, okay, this is how I feel. This is a good, accurate depiction. Those are definitely dentures, right? 100% dentures. Not there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying, I think he's got dentures. Okay, so let's just all become hedge fund managers because that's how society works. It's like, this is how these people's brains do think. They do operate. The Rachel Hollises, the Tony Robbins of the world. Now, whether they really believe this or they just spew this crap because the people who are attracted to it are delusional as fuck, they really think that the world would function if no one worked at McDonald's, no one collected the garbage, no one taught at schools, no one did all these jobs that are integral to the society that we live in that he hates so much, apparently, because the government is controlling his, estates or whatever. None of this would work, and we all have to work together. And he is already blessed beyond belief to be able to be a millionaire, multi-millionaire, to have the lifestyle that he does, and to, for a second, try to justify that a hedge fund manager brings more value and is more, and that's the reason why teachers should shut the fuck up about low pay, is abhorrent. And I don't know how Rachel Hollis, who stood up on a stage when I was in Cincinnati, Ohio, watching her saying, you know, not everyone has to be Elton John. What about the teachers? That's what we really need to be appreciative of. The teachers of America are so wonderful, and I just want to give them a shout out because you guys do the real work. I bet you $1 million fucking dollars. I bet you the salary of a hedge fund manager that she does not say a goddamn word after he's making this incredibly offensive statement. I will take it all back if she does. But this is why I hate these types of people, because it's like you live in a bubble. You're sucking each other's dicks. Oh, this hedge fund, this guy, this medical guy, I'm going to give you a shout out. You give me a shout out. You send me $1 million. Come to my island in Fiji. It's not the real world. They get so disconnected. She's in Hawaii right now giving this interview. It's like, shut the fuck up. Leave us alone. People who are interested in these people, get a grip, stop doing this, and let's all move on. Let's move on from this dark period in history, from 1910 when all these scammers started to now. I'm ready to move forward. Okay, I'm done.
10 times value. They make money for their family or their business 10 times faster. He's worth $2 billion. The teacher might be doing a great thing, but they're not judged on results. They're judged on tenure, and they got a small number of people. If you want to help 1 billion people in a simple way, it's easy to become a billionaire. If you want to help 25 people, it's different. He goes, so.
Yeah, that's what I just want to help 25 people. That was my choice when I filled out my career day form. I was like, they said, you want to help 25 people in your life or 1 billion people? Do you want to make $1 billion or $10? Just check mark which one. And that's how we have the world today. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Think of it this way. Your job is to figure out how to do more for others than anybody else in your category. If you can find a way to add more value, not the value you want to give, the value they want to receive, he said you'll eventually build a brand and people will seek you out. They will not be you seeking them out. And you will be prosperous, but only if you keep growing. Like, you can't fall in love with your product or service today. That's the mistake a lot of small business people make. They make the product they love and it has a limited life. Today, people have desires change quickly. Today, you got to fall in love with your client and figure out what do they need, want, desire, but they don't even know they need, want, or desire, and build that, and not just what you're doing currently. And that's what will allow you to succeed through time. So all of my businesses, I'm obsessed with how do we do more for others than anybody else in the industry.
Okay, Tony Robbins, I could give a fuck what you have to say. Rob Sheehan, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Rob says, I wouldn't want Tony Robbins to take my order at Mickey D's. Yeah, me neither. Quarter pounder with cheese. Actually, he has the voice for it. I don't know what his issue is with his voice. Like, there's like no confirmation from what I understand. He's claimed that he's had tumors and that's like on his like thyroid or something in the past. But like, I've had no proof of this. Like, I've never seen him. He's just told that story. So I don't believe a fucking word he says. So that's why he says his voice is so raspy. It's probably because he screams all day is my theory, but who knows? I don't know. But yes, Rob, good point. Here you go.
You want to tell Tony to shove it up Tony's ass.
Amen, brother. Thank you very much for that. And also,
18 stinking dollars.
How much?
It is 18 American dollars.
Plus 2. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ron. Oh, sorry, Rob, not Ron. Rob. Thank you.
So we all need.
Oh, I guess he went off the rails then again too, because she cut him again. I'm going back just to see it.
Businesses, I'm obsessed with how do we do more for others than anybody else in the industry. So we all need to focus on developing our skills. Warren Buffett was asked the other day, what do you do about inflation? What does the average person do? And he said, you know, when I interviewed him originally for my financial book, I asked him what was his number one investment, best investment he ever made. And I thought he was going to say Coca-Cola or Geico. And he said, it's what you do. And I said, well, I do a lot of things. Which thing? He goes, well, I went to Dale Carnegie and learned how to communicate more effectively. And he said, Tony, without that, all my other skills have been worthless.
Without Tony Robbins, sorry. Without Tony Robbins' course, Microsoft would have never happened. Bill Gates, the biggest Tony Robbins fan ever. Without Tony Robbins' lessons about how to be a douchebag, I would have never stolen Tesla from another founder. I wouldn't have ruined Twitter. Elon Musk, Tony Robbins' student. Give me a break. I don't think he knows Warren Buffett. Not for a second do I think he talked to Warren Buffett.
He goes, and what people need to do right now is
Tony,
invest in themselves, because if you become more skilled, if the dollar goes down, you'll get more dollars. If they change the shekels, you'll get more shekels. If you're the best dentist, or you're the best lawyer, or you're the best podcaster, you're the best anything, you will do well no matter what happens with inflation.
That's not true.
So he said to me, could someone make 2 times as much money in the same amount of time? Do people do it? I said, yeah, 10 times as much, 20 times as much. How? They become more valuable. So today, your job going into 2020.
You're not a person, you're an asset, and start acting like it, bitch. That's what he's telling Rachel. She's like, yes, this is such great advice. Thank you. I tell ladies to live their dreams, but what you're saying is just to live like you need to make money, like because you have mouths to feed, and just do anything for money. Is that what you're saying? Such good advice.
23 is to think through and say, what skills do I need to develop? And it's pretty obvious. Labor is becoming worth less and less and less. Today, you need more cognitive ability, more creativity ability, maybe some.
Just more mindless, inspirational reposts on Instagram. That is what we need to do more of.
Technology ability. That's what's prized. That's what's valued. You know, there's a less than 1% unemployment rate for people who make $100,000 or more. And there's a 4 or 5%, depending on the real numbers. I mean, the other day they corrected the numbers. They said there were 1 million new jobs. They found out it was 10,000 new jobs. I mean, the government has really been playing games with the numbers here.
Wait, Rachel, tell him stat. Tell him immediately.
Oh, no, it's okay. I don't get sick. You are not required to get the flu this year. I have no facts. I am not a medical authority, but
you should get that checked out. He's gonna cough now. The government is ruining our lives. God, I can't. I'm sorry. I hate him already. I hate him so much. And now he's involved with Rachel Hollis again. It's like the biggest joke in the history of the world. It's the biggest joke since 1910.
I mean, the government has really been playing games with the numbers here. Excuse me. So, you know, you
He's
just
probably
have to
got
say,
COVID and is denying it.
I'm going to take charge of my own life. I'm not going to wait and hope somebody turns it around. And this is my opportunity, because when things get challenging, most small businesses, even big businesses, pull back. If during the time people pull back, you do more for others, you'll surge and you'll take over a portion of that marketplace.
It's like this idea of.
Okay, I can't wait for this insight. Yeah, if only the world worked like that. Like, oh, if I just do 10% more work, I'll get 10% more return. That ain't how it works. Okay? It's not. Sorry to break it to you.
You're not playing to win, you're playing not to lose. And when you back up in that way, when you take your foot off the gas, when you stop caring as much out of fear, that's when everything starts to slip through your fingers. I think going into, I know going into 2020, the way that I was able to guide the business to stay afloat, to do all the things to continue to thrive and make money,
was from the government called a PPP loan. And I threw it all away because I'm an idiot. Go on. Tell me about your Quibi show. How's that going?
Was 100% because I had navigated my business through 2008. I didn't know how. I didn't know what the hell we were going to do. But I was like, wait, I have figured this out before. I have been in a luxury-based client business in 2008 when no one was spending money. And I didn't die then. So damn it, I'm not going to die now. And
You were married to Dave Hollis, a Disney executive at that time, Rachel Hollis. That's the secret formula.
I'm just going to find a way, right? Just going to keep going.
It's awesome.
But if you're coming into this, like, let's be real. I have a lot of tools. You have all the tools in your toolkit. If someone's listening to this right now and they're like, y'all, I feel discouraged. I'm feeling weary. I'm feeling emotionally spent. I don't know.
She just made a podcast the other day that she went bankrupt because she did everything wrong, and she like scheduled all this stuff in advance and then couldn't pay the vendors, and she just started paying off, or she paid off her millions of dollars of debt. Hold on. business expert. Good job. Her solution is find a rich man, date them, / marry them. It works for her. That's a foolproof plan, but there ain't enough men out there for all of us.
How to stand up and go again. What is some of the advice you would give them to like, okay, what's going to help them feel better today?
How you feel better
Well, first
today?
of all, they've got to have to take back control of their mind and their body. When I was in my worst possible place in my life, multiple times I found myself there, but early on, I realized the only thing that's going to be is I feed my mind. You know, Jim Rohn used to teach me, he said, stand guard at the door of your mind every day. And I said, what does that mean? And he said, well, if I had a cup of coffee here, your coffee, and I, drop some sugar in your coffee, what's going to happen? I said, I'm going to have sweet coffee. He goes, what if your best friend by accident drops 1 drop of strychnine? I said, you're dead. He goes, well, life is both sugar and strychnine, so watch your coffee. In other words, every day you have to feed your mind. And so the number one habit I developed when I was 17, I still have today, is
delusion.
30 minutes a day of reading, not reading clickbait that comes to you, not reading social media bullshit, a book, something that's got philosophy or skill or strategy.
His books are bullshit also, and hers are as well.
Strategy that's going to make you stronger. And today you can do that with audio, obviously. So I call that net time, no extra time. You can do it while you're driving in your car, while you're working out. That's pretty much like how I try to help people initially, was through audio, because video is even more demanding in terms of your attention, but audio you can do while you're doing other things. And so I think that's critical. You also have to every day make your body stronger, because when your energy is low, you can know all the tools and you're not going to apply them. If you're the most powerful computer in the world and you plug it in and there's not enough voltage, the screen's going to be screwed up. You're not going to tap your power.
Okay,
and so
Tony,
during this time of COVID, so many people have been cooped up, and so they don't move anymore. And plus,
on a horrible government who just wants to ruin our lives.
They don't go to the office, even most people anymore. So now they have no stimulus, and so they're sitting at home. Shoulders tend to drop. They're in front of screens, or they're dealing with their kids, and what's happened is there's no energy. So when you have low energy, you're not going to have a great relationship intimately. When you're low energy, you're not going to be a great parent. You're going to be a good one at best, maybe a poor one. When you're low energy, you're not going to build your business. So the reason in my seminars, people see people, and they see people jumping, 20,000 people jumping in a stadium, and they think it's some pump up. No, we strategically change people.
No, it's a manipulation tactic to get people really physically tired. We keep you there all day long so you feel like you're getting amazing value, but we're actually saying nothing that's not just the most obvious drivel that you've ever heard. And then because you're so physically exhausted and stuck in a room and cold and no food all day, then we sell you the coaching plan, and then you feel more emotionally manipulated, or you don't feel the emotional manipulation as much because you're just so tired and you're like not thinking straight. That's why we do it. Oh, thank you for revealing that.
People's physiology, the way they're breathing, the way they're moving, the way they're experiencing, to put them in a peak biochemistry. Stanford did a study that came to me during COVID, because so many people, depression went out of control during COVID because people had no compelling future. And then throw on top of that inflation, and throw on top of that a lot of young people say they don't even want kids, because they believe that the whole world's going to disappear in 12 years because of an ecological disaster, which is total bullshit. But
climate change denier, we need a siren. Climate change denier, COVID denier, government hater. We got them all, folks. We got the trifecta, the genius trifecta right here, Tony. Just buy my book and listen to me instead of the government. Who is trying to manipulate you more? Let's do a contest. Chels Marie says, babe. Thank you. Come on, babe. Stop acting like this. Come on, Rach. You are better than this. Even you are better than this.
Rach?
As a woman's warrior, you're better than this, bitch.
My uterus.
Come on. Tony Robbins is the most sexist idiot that you could have ever had on the show. Stop it.
Are you Rachel? I am not someone who fails.
Well, you're failing right now, so don't think that statement's true. Thank you, Chels Marie.
that fear has become a part of people's mindset, and they believe it. Whatever you believe, you act on, you behave on. So much of that is there. So how do you shift that? Well, you're not going to shift it by telling them good stuff. It'll go in one ear and out the other. So what I did with Stanford, they came in and they had two people went through my Date with Destiny program, a 6-day seminar I have, and they both.
Okay. I know this is going to be bullshit. So Stanford came to him in 2020 to look at his Date with Destiny seminar. Okay, that's what we've gotten so far. He said a lot of fucking words. That's the gist of what I'm hearing.
Were clinically depressed and they came out with no symptoms of
Okay, let me go back. Hold on.
the Destiny program, a 6-day seminar I have. And they both were clinically depressed and they came out with no symptoms of depression. And they said, this
2 people had clinical depression and then in 6 days didn't have clinical depression. Hold on, let me go back. I cut it off in a weird spot. Sorry, start again.
bullshit. But that fear has become a part of people's mindset and they believe it. Whatever you believe, you act on, you behave on. So much of that is there. So how do you shift that? Well, you're not going to shift it by telling them good stuff. It'll go in one ear and out the other. So what I did with Stanford, they came in and they had...
Okay, Stanford came in.
2 people went through my Date with Destiny program.
2 people came in and went through the Date with Destiny. Okay, so 2 people went in with clinical depression.
A 6-day seminar I have. And they both were clinically depressed and they came out with no symptoms of depression. And they said, this is unbelievable. What data do you have? And I said, well, I've got tens of thousands of testimonials.
That's not data, you dumb idiot.
And they said, but has there been any scientific data? So I agreed to have them come do a study. Lasted a year. And it was fantastic because they taught me that depression, if you study what's called meta-studies, what's the study of all the studies, they found that only 40% of people who go for therapy and drugs, cognitive, SSRIs, Prozac, Zoloft, all these things, only 40% improve at all. 60% don't improve an ounce.
Go on.
Of the 40% that improve, on average, they improve 50%. So they're half as depressed as they were. Now, some people get totally well, some people not at all, but most of them are in that middle world.
Yeah, that's what I'm sure there's a study that says that clearly. Okay, go on. This is 100% bullshit, by the way. I'm just like pretending to give it a fair listen.
So, well, that's not much better than a placebo. And they said, well, that's true. I said, what's the best individual study you've ever seen? They said 2 years ago, Johns Hopkins University did a study where they took 30 days of giving people psilocybin, magic mushrooms, and therapy for a month. And the results were 4 times greater than anything it ever saw because 53% of the people a month later had no symptoms of depression. Nothing like it ever. But psilocybin's...
Rachel's like, I've done mushrooms. I had a panic attack at the Paul McCartney concert.
Illegal.
I called it a panic attack, though. Oh, did I say that already? Sorry.
Oh, it's kind of inconvenient. It's not passed any laws to be able to done. So he said, what if we did a study, well, instead of psilocybin and drugs, it's you, and we'll do the same comparison that they use to a focus group.
Okay, so magic mushrooms and therapy for a month versus 6 days at a Tony Robbins conference. Okay, which one can cure depression faster? People, please stop. This is, we're past this as a society. Why does he have any customers? Why does she have any listeners? This is bad. We're in for it. The world is ending. The fact that this guy has not been arrested by now and put in jail for being stupid. I don't really mean that, but he's not someone no one should give him money. Thea's music. Thank you very much. Character on the floor laughing really hard. Oh, thank you. What can I say?
You have a wig in your panties.
Wow.
Peed my pants.
Oh, here's Rachel. Rachel talking to the conservative, I don't know if he's conservative, the COVID denier, climate change denier. Oh, damn it, it's not there. Never mind. It was her saying, I am the most liberal ever.
My pubic hair.
I only have the pubic hair one, sorry. Thank you very much. Thea's music.
And the results were so profound, Rachel, that they literally didn't publish it at first. They sent out the raw data.
They didn't publish it at first because it was too profound.
Blinded to 2 different organizations to analyze it to make sure it was accurate. 100% of the people 30 days later who went through Date with Destiny had no depression. 19% of the people.
100% of the people who went through my program have 0 depression. Okay.
We hate him.
Okay, Tony. Okay, thank you. Let me see this data, please. How did you judge it?
Suicidal ideation before they came. No one had suicidal ideation. 1 year later, they followed up. 72% reduction in negative emotions, 51% increase in positive emotions a year later. Now, why? Because there's a biochemical aspect.
Because they were paid to fill out a survey that said you'll get a free chance to win a cruise if you put 5 stars on all of this stupid shit that probably didn't even happen. Why are we listening to this, Rachel?
I didn't just teach people how to perceive their life differently, how to shift their beliefs or values.
This is so desperate.
We put people through a shift in their bio.
He's so desperate for customers. He's selling this so hard. Why? Because there's no fucking contents to it. There's no meat to this potato.
Chemistry as they're going through the event. And now they do it. They did this study with people. They studied my body to see what happened biochemically for 3 years. Blew their mind. But one of the things they found is that my audience mirrors me. So they did this when I did a digital seminar. So Unleashed Power Within with 25,000 people from 195 countries in every time zone. And they sent people out and did their blood, measured everything on them.
They sent people out to where? Every country in the world at every time period and just check people's blood? Okay, Tony, come on. This is like the scammers who misspell words on purpose because the people who will, like, you know, not realize that it's an obvious phishing scam or a scam. Those are your targets. Those are your marks. Because they're not catching up, they're not catching obvious signs that this scam is happening. This is who he's appealing to. Like, no one would believe this that has a rational brain, that this is a real study that ever happened or exists or could exist. But people who will buy this and believe this, that's who he's selling to. Dummies. I'm sorry, it's true. Or really, really, really vulnerable people. And it's sad, honestly.
Throughout the 4 days. Unbelievable. If you watch it, it looks like, and I graph it, it looks like music. People follow my biochemistry almost identically. And there's a place that they've identified with people like Tom Brady or the group.
The next thing he's like, I'm actually Jesus Christ reincarnated. Actually, I didn't know if I mentioned that. 59% of people said that I am Jesus Christ. Actually, 100% of people believe that I am Jesus Christ.
Group that's won the Stanley Cup multiple times, the Tampa Lightning. That there is a state that people who are in the hole get into that allows them to perform at the highest level at the most stressful place. And they call it.
So he's comparing himself to the entire Tampa Bay Lightning hockey team and Tom Brady? Okay.
The championship biochemistry. And I go there in every event, but everyone goes there with me and lives there for days. And what it is your testosterone surges, whether you're a man or woman, doesn't matter, which gives you this incredible drive. And your cortisol, which is the stress hormone, drops through the floor. So you think clearly. That's why Tom Brady can be down by 2 touchdowns with 2 minutes and somehow comes back to win, right?
Didn't he just lose to the Bears, the Chicago Bears, who are like a notoriously bad team recently?
He finds that place. Well, these people have that place and they learned in that state. And so it stayed with them. That's why a year later, it's still there. So it requires more than just the intellect. It requires more than just the tools. It requires training the body and the emotions to be in the right place. Because if you think about it, we all love our intellect because we don't like going through some of our emotions. But what really changes your life is all emotions. Emotions start wars and emotions create peace. Emotions is where children come from, you know, that's where they come from. And everything in our life comes from emotion, and yet we go cognitive. Really, truly, this is where we live. And when you learn to master your emotions and direct your emotions, it doesn't matter if it's winter, spring, or fall. And that's what I do with people. That's what we're going to do during the challenge. Show them the tools.
He forgets that summer exists. You know, summer, that's a season as well. What do we do then? Just tan. This is I saw this pop out on the chat.
You want to tell Tony to shove it up Tony's ass.
That's what I want to tell him too.
Have experienced some of these tools, even in a few hours, so they can take back control and not be in a place of uncertainty and fear.
Yeah, coming into our conversation today, my boyfriend was like, "Oh, you're going to interview him again, like so soon? What's going on? What are you going to talk about?" And I said,
"My boyfriend, my boo thing." She had to bring him up. She got to let Tony know she's taken, baby. I'm not single, Tony. So the email you just sent me, the picture of your penis you just sent me through text, I have a boyfriend.
My boyfriend.
Where's Boo Thing? I have a ghost picture, but it's this one.
My guardian angels, my spirit guides.
Oh, it's a different ghost.
Boofing. Always doing this challenge, and as soon as your team told me about it, I was like, absolutely, because number one, I know for a fact that you're going to tell people that you'll hang out with them for 2 hours and it'll be like 8. You're going to over-deliver. Your team's like, shut up, Rachel. I know you're going to over-deliver so hard, number one. And number two.
So hard, rock hard.
Plenty of people can walk into any kind of personal development, a seminar, a conference, different things. If you walk into an experience with an open heart and an open mind, you are going to glean so much wisdom out of that time. And something like this where it's free, I'm like, you literally can sit at home and watch this and get ideas that make you feel.
It's going to be a giant sales pitch for his in-person conferences and his online courses and his books and his shit and his hair and his amazingness. That's what it's for. It's like going, oh, I get a free Vegas show. All I have to do is sit here and listen to this timeshare offer for 4 hours. That's what it is. Get a clue.
So good, as long as you go into it with like, okay, I'm going to try. Because when I went to UPW for the first time, I think I've told you this story, I don't know. I took my team from work and I was like,
that no longer exists because I have driven my company into the ground, but I digress. This is when she said will she tell the story about how there was no women on the stage? Is that the story she's about to tell? Because she's going to tell it in like a positive light. But back then she's like, oh, there's no women. Well, I think the story should have been, there's no women. This guy's a misogynist. I don't want to support him. Instead, she's like, maybe I could be the first woman. Oh, amazing.
I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what this is. This guy, this is crazy. Like, he's so loud and we're jumping. And I felt myself start to close down. Like, I felt myself start to like have my mind talk me out of everything that was happening. And I was like, you know what, you guys? Let's just go for it. Let's just be here. Let's be present where our feet are. Let's see what this is all about. Let's jump hard. Let's dance. Let's scream. Let's do whatever they're telling us to do. And when we get in the car to drive back home at the end of this conference, we can talk all the shit we want. We could be like, that was crazy. Every single one of us, from the most skeptical to the person who was like into it, all 5 of us had profound life-changing experiences.
Amazing.
I am not overstating this. I've written about it. I've talked about it endlessly. I couldn't have known what was going to happen going into that place. And it wasn't, I want people to get this if they're not latching on to it.
I'm not latching on, baby. Kendra's not latching on either.
Like, I'm not drinking the Rachel Hollis Kool-Aid.
Amen. A woman.
It's not, I think it's really easy to look from the outside at the work that you do and think like, oh, Tony's gonna change me. No. You and your team have created an experience that gives people an opportunity to make life-changing change. That's you've fiddled.
Yeah, it's meant to make you think that, Rachel, so that you spend more money with him over and over and over again. That's the manipulation you're feeling. The original feeling of like, I don't want to do this was probably your intuition, as she would say, your gut feeling that she didn't listen to. She'll say in everything else, oh, I listened to my intuition. I trust it. But in this case, oh no, my intuition was wrong, that it was lame. It was actually amazing once I just let myself believe that it was amazing. Okay, that's convenient. And it's like, what did you actually, tell me what you learned. What did you learn? Tell me one thing, because other than like jumping up and down and feeling like group mass, training, which is like just a phenomenon that once you're in a group setting like that and there's music pumping through the air for that long, you're going to feel something. People who are probably planted in the audience get up and say, I want to kill myself. And then Tony says, don't do that. And he goes, oh, I'm saved. Okay, that may or may not even be a real person that like actually has a problem. Yeah, because you're seeing and witnessing all these emotional people hysterically crying because of the manipulation. Like, what did you actually take away? What business tips did you get? I haven't heard that once. It's just about all the feeling that she had. Yeah, that's called being manipulated.
With it and mixed it around and figured it out until it is like clockwork. the ability to have 15,000 people like take it over the world. Like you can't know it unless you're in it. And
the only thing she could do with that information is copy it and do it for women specifically. Okay. So is everyone supposed to have their own empowerment conference and just do the same exact thing that the last one that you went to does? That's the only thing that she took away that I can see.
So that's just my like tout. Nobody's paying me to say this. I just, for my audience, to sign up for something like this that is totally free, that I know for a fact you're going to over deliver and just give people ideas and information. I literally I can't recommend anything more.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Well, I'm thrilled. I mean, I want to help people during these times.
And I would also love to suck your dick at your personal request. Just call me at any time. I'm sorry, I'm being misogynistic myself, but that was an emotional dick suck. Okay.
People are most scared, and when they need it the most people often won't invest in themselves because they're so down in that place.
That wasn't even a question. That was just a suck up.
So I figured, screw it. Let me just go help 1 million people and over deliver to them like crazy, and then they can grow from there. They want to continue, they can, but they'll have really made a shift. And I really want people to experience that feeling of certainty. There's so much uncertainty in the world right now. Where's
the government? Universe. Ooh, I like that. That's almost like a play on like CEO. Universe. I love it. Thank you. They say, am I the only hippie?
Am I the only hippie?
No, she gets her nails done again, so she's no longer a hippie. That was just a phase.
Oh, okay. Cult.
If you only like Rachel, that's a hippie.
Unfollow me.
Because she's no longer a hippie. She's only a bougie bitch.
Your girl is a bougie bitch.
Thank you, Universe.
the world going? Where's the economy going? What's going to happen with my kids? What's going to happen with my life? What's going to happen with my business? And, you know, uncertainty doesn't go away. When people make more money, then they worry, well, will someone take it? Will they raise my taxes? When people say, oh, I'll get a relationship, then I'll be certain. Then they get in a relationship and go, what if they die? What if they leave me? What if they cheat on me? You know, think, oh, I'll certain when I have children. And then you go like, that's uncertainty for the rest of my life once you have them, right? So developing that certainty inside you, regardless of what's happening in the outside world, becoming more unshakable is really what this is about. And it only happens not by hoping, not by worrying. It happens by taking some simple actions around your body, around your emotions, around your finances, around your family, around your career. And we're going to cover those, like you say, I say 2 hours. It usually goes 2.5 or 3.
Yeah.
But again, it's not partially free. It's totally free. And it's just designed to, it's my way of.
He's like, you need to have positive thoughts. You need to only focus on the positive. Well, the government is really screwing me over here. Like, how many times do you say negative things about the government? And about climate change being fake and the government lying and all that. Okay, that's not a negative thought that you've allowed into your brain coffee. Give me a break. Shut up.
Of giving back to people, and when people's lives change, they usually do more things and they help more people, and it's a virtuous cycle. So I'm really grateful. So anybody who wants to go can go to becomeunshakable.com. It's January 24th through the 28th. It's 2 p.m. Eastern, but people are doing it from all over the earth, literally.
BecomeManipulatable.com. In just 2.5 short hours, I will have you thinking that you need to buy something from me. Rachel's in the house.
Rach?
We're raging. I think we need a clear. Yes. The worst thing was about the teachers, I think, so far, in my opinion, but it's not getting better either, so... All right, everyone take a big breath in and out.
Clear.
Perfect. We are now, our chakras are now aligned. I promise. It seems like a wrap up of time, but we're actually not even halfway through this. So we'll see how much we can get through without me decombusting inside.
In 195 countries. But if you go to Become Unshakable, you can just register yourself. And I hope you'll bring maybe your family members or some coworkers so we can hopefully affect the people around you as well. And it's fun to do together.
No.
What do you say to, or do you have, of course you do, you're always going to have a thought for people, but a lot of my audience deals with making a decision to make change, to step forward, to like sort of, okay, I'm going to believe in myself and I'm going to go in this direction that I feel like my heart is calling me in. and then has someone in their life, a partner, a parent.
Oh my God. She will not let this go, that like Dave didn't support her dreams 20 years ago. There's no one in your audience that has this. This is your own personal gripe with your ex-husband. Get over it already.
In-laws who
in-laws
are,
for example,
really upset as they begin to change, right? Like, oh, you've changed, you're different now. This, you know, that whole thing of like, oh, now.
She asked this question of him before. Like, it's for you. We all get it. It's for you, Rachel.
You're going to listen to a personal development conference. Like, that's what you're going to do.
Yeah.
How,
I would say the same thing.
Never, you know, if you're a people pleaser by nature and you're not really sure what you're doing yet, how do you encourage people to stand firmly in this decision that they're making to try and make their life better?
Well, that's why the event is designed to create conditioning, right? It's like what controls you is your habits. If you have a habit of being uncertain, if you have a habit of pleasing other people, that habit usually runs you. And what happens when they get in the event, what I talk to people about is I say, you know, how many of you have somebody, you know, when I'm doing an Unleash the Power Within event, say 4 days, and it's immersion day and night, 12 hours a day. That's real immersion, right? And they make huge changes, as you well know. You've been through it. You just described it.
Yeah.
And then I say, how many have got somebody at home that's a little...
What did she describe? She described, I can't explain it. I just felt like, ooh, you did this and gook and doop ba doop. Yeah, great explanation. I really understand the concept now.
Worried you're here. And like, you know, 80% of the room raises their hand. And I go, what are they worried about? Have they ever been to the event? No. Do they know me? No. Well, what are they worried about? They're worried you're going to change. And I said, so instead of going home and telling them all the changes you're going to make, I wouldn't do that. I said, I'd go home and I'd just go to work on your life and just be more productive. And at some point, they're going to go, wow, you seem to be happy. You seem to be strong. You seem more successful. What are you doing? When you start a business, though, if that's, I know a large part of your audience, and that's why I love them. I feel like they're sisters on the path with me as a brother, because, you know, I've got 110 companies, 112 companies now. And I've started from nothing and built them up to $7 billion in revenue. So I've really had.
You have 120 companies? Why? You do the same thing over. We have like one company for every day of the week. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
A growth path over the decades. But when you look at that, it's like the minute you do that, these people are worried not only about change, but they don't want you to be disappointed. They don't want you to, you know, have problems. But disappointment is the secret to success, believe it or not. Disappointment either destroys you or drives you. And so you've got to make it about what you're going to do. And what I've tried to do with people there is say, listen, I'm hearing you and I know you're loving on me right now. I know you're trying to protect me, but this is something that I feel called to do and I've got to do it. I may fail completely, but I got to do it. And if you can stay with your conviction of what your mission is, again, you know, what makes all of this work is finding something you value more than yourself. If you're just doing this for you, it's not going to happen. Well, you and I both know we'll do more for our kids. You know, I got 5 kids and 5 grandkids. You do more for your kids than you'll ever do for yourself. That's just human nature, right? It's one of the things I love about humans is at our truest nature, we care about others often more than ourselves. So why not use that? And so if you can find a mission, whether it's your family or whether it's what your customers or clients, or whether it's something you're doing in your community that it gets you up early, keeps you up late, excites you, you're going to be alive from that. And you're going to have energy and drive for that more than just, I'm going to make money and I'm going to be okay. There's nothing wrong with it doing that also. But if that's your only goal, you're probably not going to make it, because you have to have something larger than yourself. Because what I always tell people is most people overestimate what they're going to do in a year and they underestimate what they can do in a decade.
When you said that the first time, I don't know if it was UPW or like the business conference, the first time I ever heard you say that, I like fell over in my chair, because that's it. It is probably one of the biggest.
Rachel, pay me $1 million and I'll tell you all this dumb shit. I can tell you these stupid quotes from the back of my hand from like being involved in this industry in a very small capacity. If you think that is amazing, life-changing shiz.
They're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
Like, I can do it for half the price Tony's charging. Just call me, please.
Biggest issues facing, I'm going to say kids today, that sounds ridiculous, but people in their 20s or a younger generation is wanting things with immediacy. Like, it takes so long, sometimes 2 decades, 3 or 4, to get to the one thing that changes everything. And if I had needed career success or to have a published book or to have a successful podcast, if I had needed any of those things to happen within a year or 2 years or 5, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. Literally, nobody would know my name. If I have a superpower, it's a willingness to play a long game. It's like,
because you have money, Rachel, to play with. You have a secure, very secure at the time, probably $1 million income, $1 million home that you can lounge in while you get your business going. Shut up. It's not a superpower. It's called privilege. Get with the program and not the UPW.
Like, all right, we're trying to do something that's lasting here. So I freaking love that idea that it takes so much longer than you think it will, but you give up after 11 months because you think, oh, well, my goal was to have this done by the end of 2022.
I was guilty of that. That's the only reason.
Get yourself a rich husband, idiot. Come on, you gave up? Did you marry rich? Because if not, then keep working it, babe.
The reason I know it is like I would beat myself up about I didn't achieve this, I didn't achieve that. But fortunately, I had a mission, so it wasn't just about me. So I kept going and kept going, just like you. And then you hit thresholds where it's like, oh my God, 3 years into it, you're doing more than you thought you'd do. And
these are two raging narcissists waiting for the other one to shut the fuck up so that they can say their piece about themselves. That is this conversation. 10
years, 5 years, but a decade, you're going to blink your eyes. Every person listening, you're going to blink your eyes and 10 years are going to go by. I mean, it's how it really works. As you get older, it seems even faster.
2030, guys.
But what will happen is you're going to arrive 10 years from now. The question's where? Who are you going to be? What are you going to be like? And the time to decide that is now. That isn't to say you won't make progress the first year. But if your expectations, by the way, the worst thing that can happen when you go to Vegas is to win. Because then you expect to win every time. So if you do achieve everything in the first year,
it's better to lose your fortune than to make a fortune. I've always said that. Yeah. That's actually the stage I'm in right now, is losing my whole fortune. So I'm actually more fortunate than others. Yeah.
Most people don't develop the muscle. So then when a 2008 happens, or 2020, or COVID, or inflation, they have no foundation because they're just lucky they're in the right place at the right time. And you see those people just melt down. I mean, this is my 45th, I'm about to end my 46th year doing this. Started when I was 2, I tell people, of course, right? But, I mean, the amount of challenges that I face, like you just talked about, I made it through 2008. Well, I've been through 2008, I've been through 2001, I've been through 1999, I've been through 1990.
He went to 1910, he was through 1776. He actually revolutionized the country.
92, I go back all those years, 1977 at 18% interest rates, and I figured out how to go through all those. So my level of confidence is relatively high, as you might imagine, that you can throw anything at me, I'm going to find the way. So it's not.
Scammer's got a scam. I will give him that. Grifter's got a grift. I think he's going to give this up anytime soon. So yeah, I think you're right. I think Rachel's whole thing is never giving up. Yeah, if that makes you happy by literally embarrassing yourself for many years, and that's what you want to be known as, the never give up person, you're doing it. Good job. Tony, he will grift and lie and steal and cheat and say whatever to get money. Great. If that's what you're going for, you're doing it. Congratulations. Good work, everybody. Team effort here. Team effort in grifting.
Just confidence, it's competence that comes through time. Now, some people go, I got 10 years of experience. And I look at them and go, maybe 1 year of experience 9 times. Because some people grow the first year and then they do the same crap for 9 more years and call it 10 years of experience. No, that's the same. Yeah, you got 1 year of experience.
It's not good.
Keep growing.
It's not good at all.
I really think
Makes
sometimes
no
not getting
sense.
what you want is how you get what you need. But you should still pursue what you want with full fervor, but to not be disappointed. It's like, this is a stepping stone to the next level. It's like, I always say to people, how long would you give your average child to learn how to walk? Before you shut them off and go, dude, you're just not a walker. Stop trying. You crazy? My kid's going to keep trying until they walk. Well, that's
never
why
heard that one before.
But when it comes to success in business or in life, they go so far and then they pull back usually because they're not being rewarded enough. And you're absolutely right. We're a society because of this device that has been literally trained with dopamine
calculator
to be able to get a feeling we want instantly and be in control. But That's not real life, and that's not human relationships. That's why so many relationships are messed up. People expect that person to respond the way I want. That's why
As they talk through Zoom. Okay, cool.
so many people today, young people, have been taught in college, if someone doesn't believe what you believe, they're dangerous, or they could harm you with words.
Right.
Whatever happened to sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. We have a
Or
culture
coming
that's
together in conversation with someone to learn about a different philosophy, ideology, like to be in community and conversation and learning and growing together. I thought,
But,
was
the
the whole
pendulum
point
gets
of
swung
what
really
we were
far,
doing.
and then eventually, so
I love talking to other people and having them hear my perspective as Tony goes just railroads on top of her and speaks over her. They're talking about the virtues of human connection and conversations and literally are speaking over each other as we speak. This is so good. Okay, let me go back. Let me relive this moment. Hold on.
Learning and growing together. I thought,
but,
was
the
whole
pendulum
point
gets
of
swung
what
really
we were
far,
doing
and then
on the
eventually
planet.
it's so out of whack that we find a way to balance it out. And I think that's going to happen for sure. But, I remember when I was,
So
I got this
embarrassing.
phone call from
Oh my God.
President Clinton. I was with my friend Peter Guber at his house at Christmas time, and he goes, "The president's on the phone. He wants to talk to you." So I got on the phone. We had this conversation.
The president of the government that you love so much. You and Mr. Booger were hanging out, and the president called. Which president? Please tell me. I have a feeling which president you like more between the last two. Go on, Tony. The president wants to talk to you. Please tell me the story.
At his house at Christmas time, and he goes, "The president's on the phone. He wants to talk to you."
Wait.
Clinton. But I remember when I was, I got this phone call from President Clinton. I was with my friend Peter.
Okay, President Clinton. So when was this? 1999? And I don't think it ever happened anyways, but what's the relevance, please?
Guber at his house at Christmas time, and he goes, "The president's on the phone. He wants to talk to you." So I got on the phone. We had this conversation, and he asked me if I would come to Camp David to work with him. He had several people that recommended me, and he was going through a really tough time. It was the beginning of his tenure as president.
He was going through a tough time fucking interns at the White House. Yeah, a really tough time for him, I'm sure. Shut up. I don't think this is real anyways, but gloss over that one. Tony is a guy who wants to protect his fellow man, that sexual harassment is not a real thing. And, workplace violations are just whiny women complaining about the good old days, Go on.
And I said, "Mr. President," I said, "it would be a total honor, but I want you to know I'm not a fan." So I said, "If you want somebody who's going to come and just tell you what you want to hear, I'm probably the wrong guy." Mm-hmm. And there was this long pause, and he had a little giggle, and he said, "Well, I like somebody who thinks for themselves." And I said, "Great, then we're going to be great." I hung up the phone, and Peter said to me, "You just told the President of the United States you're not a fan." And I said, "Well, I'm just being honest." But I became a fan as I got to know him, and regardless of politics, how he cared about people, where things were. But I remember working with him on the same day, going across to the Congress and working with the head of the Congress at that time, Gingrich,
The head of the Congress?
On the other side, the Republican side. And I worked with both sides simultaneously.
You trying to say the Speaker of the House, you dumb fuck?
On the same day. And today, if you talk to the other side, you're radioactive. It's the most stupid thing on the planet because I'm an independent. I just want the best thing.
Yeah, you're an independent. Okay. You're an independent. Give me a break. Give me a break here.
With whoever it is, I'm still that way. But we've changed our culture. But the culture will balance out. It has to. It's getting to such an extreme. And you see.
He hates woke culture. He hates climate change. He hates the vaccine. Okay, COVID's a hoax. Got it. I'm starting to paint a picture. Yeah, he hates Clinton. Okay.
This happens throughout history.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I love to...
Definitely to what? To what? What was the response to that? Definitely, yes. Totally heard you there. Okay. Anyways, back to me.
The reminder that, none of this is original. I think that it's so easy to get...
You mean your content? Your whole mindset? Your whole career? Rachel, is that what we're discussing here? That's not original? Okay.
Caught up in the idea that this is the worst it's ever been. I'm like, if my grandma was still alive and she could talk to you about what she lived through, this is not, it's very dangerous to buy in.
I'm rich. I'm doing fine. My grandma was poor. So obviously things in the world at large are much better.
into, like you were talking about earlier, to buy into someone else having an opinion in your own mind, right? We start to have our narrative changed for us. And I think that there is this pushback on the idea of optimism or hope or trying to stay centered and strong, like you're not getting worked up enough about this. How do we navigate a world that sort of
it's not about getting worked up enough. It's about continuing to sit on your ass and do nothing, especially when you have tax dollars that you're hoarding away, or you have some sort of privilege in this world, and you're looking and you're hearing scientists say, yeah, we're headed for a crisis in the climate, and people like these two idiots go, no, I don't believe it. And then they just sit on their ass and do nothing. That's why people who are like, please, stop going in your private jet everywhere. Start to think about others. And they go, no. That's what people are upset about. Finally, after decades and decades and decades of taking it up the ass, people are sick of it because now we have social media and we're communicating more and people are getting outraged more. Has nothing to do with optimism, has nothing to do with hope, has nothing to do with we're not positive enough. It's that we're sick of people like this saying the key is to buy my course and hope for the best while they have actual resources to be able to make change and they fucking choose not to. That's why we're pissed. Fuck you.
Wants us to do what everyone else is doing, and when you make a different choice, we're sort of ostracized for it.
You got to decide that you don't need a million fake friends on social media. What you need are a few good friends that align with you on values, and that your life is about something more than yourself, and it's about growing, and that living in fear is a great way. A decision made from fear is almost always the wrong decision. Not always, but almost always. Yeah. In a fear place, you don't make the right decisions. You go in a place of scarcity of anything. And so I think if you can find I tell people say, what do I do? What do I do? The first thing you should do is get around where it's better and let something hit you. Get around people that are doing better. Get around people that have a different mindset. Your job is to put yourself in proximity with the kind of people whose quality of life you want to have. And, in the beginning, I would be around people and they were up here and I was down here, but I didn't care about the ego thing. Let me work as
How did you do that, Tony?
their janitor. Let me do anything.
Oh, you were a janitor for millionaires? That's how you got your start? Okay.
I want to get in proximity so I start to learn what they think, how they are. So you don't need 25 friends. And if you're looking at social media, all the studies show the more time you spend on social media, and especially for women, even more so than men, the more depression that shows up because you're not comparing to real lives. You're comparing to someone's filters, angles, positions, storytelling, and it's not real. And so it'd be best to get back to what's real. And the only way to do that is cut off a lot of the media because there's nothing wrong with the media. They're good people.
Tony Robbins.
They have a job.
Meetings.
Their job is to get your attention. It doesn't matter how they do it. So it's not about education. It's not.
I bet he spends millions on Facebook ads and Instagram ads because I see them pop up every single time I search anything about him. I get them for like a year. So I'm sure the very evil he's claiming that you should ignore is the reason he has any money in his bank account.
It's not about informing you. It's about startling you because there's so much information. We're drowning in information. We're starving through wisdom. So their way to get money is eyeballs. How do you get eyeballs? Clickbait. Put a title that hooks people, angers people, upsets people. The article doesn't
like every single ad that you've ever done, Tony. Okay.
You have to match. The minute you click, they make money.
Same thing with Rachel. She's like, how to cure your anxiety in 5 minutes is her podcast titles half the time. How to live your life the best. How to break up and win your breakup. Like, okay, that's not clickbait. Okay. Raise your standards. Jennifer, welcome.
The minute you turn on that television and do it. Well, today it's following you. And so it taps into our survival mechanism, which is always going to have a negative bias because it's always saying, how do I protect myself? What could kill me? What could hurt me? How do I run from it? How do I freeze so they don't notice? How do I fight for it? But that survival mechanism is not going to give you a quality of life. Again, I always tell people your brain is not designed to make you happy. That's your job, right? Your job. And you can have happiness in winter,
I not my brain?
and spring and summer and fall. You can be in the best time in the world. In 2006 was the peak of the economic well-being of this country for most people. The absolute extraordinary peak. Some exceptions, but the peak. There were more people unhappy in 2006 than 10 years earlier when we were in a recessionary type of period. Why is that? Because their expectations were I should get a house with no job, with nothing, and people were getting them. And when that thing stopped, then all of a sudden everything was upsetting to them. Well, after a while, little things made them happy.
So have no expectations, but expect everything of yourself and get around people who are better than you so that you know that you could be better. I'm so confused. I don't, it's like, there's like the word salad jumble is becoming too much, too jumbled.
Like, who's happier? Someone who wins the lottery 3 years later or somebody who becomes a quadriplegic? They've done studies. 3 years later.
Oh, they made a cut. They made a cut on that part. Oh my God. He probably said something really offensive. Oh no. Okay, let's go back.
Or somebody who becomes a quadriplegic. They've done studies. 3 years later, their happiness adjusts to where it was before the act. The person who's a quadriplegic will get, if they're not drugged, will get excitement by learning to move their finger, whereas before they took it for granted.
If they're not drugged? What the fuck was that? You want a quadriplegic in the hospital to not be drugged? Is that some sort of offensive thing? That a no-no? That if you were a real warrior, you'd suffer without drug? What are you talking about?
And they'll get back to the same level of happiness. The person that won the lottery now has all these people want money from them. They're pissed at them. They take advantage of them. And eventually they balance out and get to the same level of happiness or unhappiness they had before.
It's like, how do you even equate happiness, first of all? All these studies, it's like on a scale of 1 to 5, look at these 5 emojis and tell me what smile you are at. Like, there's really no way to quantify any of this shit. So just to say that, like, oh, this is a fact and this is a study is bonkers to begin with.
Like clockwork within 3 years. So it's not your world that's making you happy or unhappy. It's what you're doing internally. And that's why I say to people, there's 2 worlds.
Guess what? Tony's a millionaire and he is not a quadriplegic. Yeah, well, how about you take your advice? I like someone's comments. Like, why don't you try it? Try it out. If you believe in this so deeply, why don't you get yourself into a situation where you no longer have use of your legs and arms and see how you fucking like it.
The master, there's the external world that you can't control, but you can influence it. The internal world you have control over if you learn how to control it and if you develop the right habits.
Through my course.
That's really, this is the only world that matters, because all hell could be breaking loose and you can have an extraordinary time with you and your family and still do extremely well. And eventually the season will change. So if you do well during any season, who cares? The season's going to change again. What follows the dark night of the soul is a beautiful morning. It's always how it works. If you were God, you'd set it up that way, right? You test people and then you give them a chance to enjoy. And then I'd
let them burn in hell for all of their feelings and all of their decisions. That's what I would do.
Test them and give them a chance.
I'm an Old Testament girly.
That's the way. And that's what the seasons. Winter tests us. Spring grows easily. Summer tests us. Fall, we get rewarded disproportionately. Then we go back to
summer tests us. Not in my school.
Winter again. That's your life. And to think that life is a straight line is absurd. If I leave here to fly to my place, let's say in Hawaii or Fiji, it's not a straight line. It's constant correction. And if you're a pilot, you don't freak out. You go, oh my God, 80% of the time I'm off course. You just go.
Don't tell the flat earthers that. And they probably like you.
Oh, off course. You correct. You correct a zillion times and you land on a dime. 7,000, 3,000, whatever you're going miles away. That's how we make it in life. But in order to do that, you have to have a vision.
Tony's key to success is talking so fast and about nothing important that you are tricked into believing that something's happening. But in reality, there's nothing he's saying at all that's relevant or interesting or helpful.
Beyond what's going on right now, in order to do that, you got to get yourself in a new environment with different people who have a different way of being. If you hang out with the average person, they're good humans, but they're controlled by the conditioning of our culture, which is primarily the news, which again is not looking for your best interest. They're not trying to harm you.
Oh yeah, you're looking for everyone's best interest, Mr. Charge $20,000 for a conference? Okay, babe.
I don't think. They're giving you what your brain responds to, which is fear.
I am forever in awe of how passionate you are. Always. In a conference, in person, at your home, in a Zoom call, and after decades of doing this work.
It's called making money. It's how he makes money.
And I'm curious, as you're talking, I'm like, is passion a skill? Is this something you taught yourself, or
Yeah.
did you come into the world like, here I am, I'm going to help
No, I
people?
didn't
He saw what makes money and he did it.
come in the world, here I am. No, it is,
not funny
passion
either.
is a habit. Like all emotions are. Some people get angry all the time, right? If you get angry enough, you get wired to be angry. You get angry over little shit. Some people get worried all the time. So everyone has what I call an emotional home. It's like, it may not be a place you like. It's like, I'm sure you've seen people like some parts of the country where about every 3 years, a cyclone or something comes through and destroys everything. They lose all their stuff and you feel for them, you see them crying and everything else. And you're like, oh my God. And they rebuild. And then 3 years later, it happens again.
Cut.
And about the third time it happens, somewhere in your brain, you go, why don't you move? Right? But what happens, it's easy to see when it's someone else and it's external. But we also have an internal home. And since it's what you know, even if it's not comfortable, people tend to duplicate it. That's why some people create the same kind of relationship over and over again, right? That feeling of discomfort is what they know. So what I really try to help people do is expand their home. It's like, okay, maybe you don't need to move, but maybe we need to build another part of you, expand another set of emotions that can get you where you want to go. Maybe you need more courage.
Tony
Maybe
Robbins.
you need more faith. Maybe you need more determination. Maybe you need more passion. And any
He looks like he'd
emotion
go down quickly.
is nothing but a neurological habit. It's a big word, but it's the way you use your nervous system. So yes, I am wired for passion.
Neurological habit is a big word. Neurological. I've never heard of that before. What does it mean? Daddy Robbins, what does neurological mean? I don't know what it means.
You want to tell Tony to shove it up Tony's ass.
But it's reinforced because I get to see the impact in millions of people's lives. So I can't walk out of my house on an average day, go anywhere, and not be stopped at least a dozen times by people saying, oh my God, you changed my life. And I always say, look, I didn't change your life, you did.
That's what Rachel says. She can't go down a ski mountain without 20 people approaching her and saying, you're the reason I'm here.
But I'm glad I helped. What'd you do? And I get to hear these stories. And so it's like, how could I not, be fulfilled and be alive? I have my family, I have my businesses, but I also have this incredible feedback device. And when you are living in those types of states, you will get feedback. If you're looking for negative feedback, you'll get it no matter what. There'll be people pissed off that you're happy. But, I tend to focus on serving. And since I'm focused on the serving, that's who I care about. I care about the people that want to improve their life. I care about everybody. I provide food for people, but...
Oh my God, can we stop with the meals? I don't care. The whole thing is, if you really were a servant, I'm a servant. All I do want to do is serve people. I always want to serve people. You've made millions, multi-millions. You have 112 companies. Okay, don't you think it's time to hang up the hat and just become a nonprofit at this point? Do this work for free, 100%. Why have the conferences for 20 grand? Why do all this stuff? He would say, well, to keep you accountable. Yeah, but is that real? Like, let's actually do a real study. How many people have spent $20,000 and made $20,000 back in, any amount of time that would be recognizable to attribute to his classes? I just don't foresee that being truthful. So to call yourself a servant leader, you're charging people. It's a service. You're not a servant. As you're making it seem. Start a nonprofit and do that full time and spread this message for free to everybody. Stop pulling my leg that it's not a sales funnel and that's it.
I'm looking for the environment where they can be triggered because anyone can find their hunger. That's really what you're talking about. Passion is another word for hunger. The most successful people in the world, people ask me, what's the common trait?
They're white.
Being intelligent. I love wickedly
Rich.
intelligent people. I think being smart is incredibly valuable. But you and I both know tons of people as smart as can be and can't fight their way out of a paper bag in real life, right? So intelligence is not the factor. It's
She's
hunger.
not listening.
Because hunger to be more, to do more, to give more, to share more. If you have that kind of hunger, not hunger to I'm going to lose some weight to get to the party, that's not hunger. That's a goal that disappears. Hunger is something that doesn't disappear. And so, I'm going to be 63 in a couple of months. I've been doing this since I was 17. So, 46 years is more than most people have been.
Can you imagine getting life advice from a 17-year-old boy? I've lived a lot in this last 17 years. Let me tell you about a little thing called hope. Let me tell you a little thing about your mind. It's all about your mindset. I learned that at the carnival yesterday.
Alive, I've lived this path but I've lived the path of constantly growing and getting the reinforcement of that growth in every area. Because I look at your finances, your business, your emotions, your relationships. There's, about a half dozen areas that really matter. And I've made those areas my expertise with so many.
I thought he was a janitor for the rich when he was 12.
Tools and strategies.
When he wasn't getting his Thanksgiving meal because he was too poor, he was also a janitor for Warren Buffett somehow.
Doesn't matter.
Don't question it, okay? It's real.
Because I got something I can help with. I know it, and I'm able to deliver it, make it happen. And so that becomes a virtuous cycle. You're reinforced for it. But I want you to know, any emotion, I was not a passionate, driven person. I was a little more introverted, quite frankly. But I saw the price of not stepping up. And I started to step up, and then I started to literally train myself. I used to do these incantations. I still do them before I get up on stage.
Incantations?
I would train myself for an hour, where I would get up and I would just say, every day in every way, I'm getting stronger and stronger. Every day in every way, I'm getting healthier and healthier. But I would say it with authority, out loud, with intensity, ridiculously so, till I literally convinced myself this is who I am, till I developed those habits in my nervous system. I didn't do affirmations, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. I said it, I owned it, I felt it, I experienced it. I wired myself to be this way. So
Can you imagine being married to this man? I don't know if he's divorced or not, or what his deal is. I bet, I'm not surprised by any stretch of the imagination, but I could not take this for more than I'm already forcing myself to take this.
I created this Tony Robbins guy. It's always me, but I developed these pieces and tools. And so it's not effortful. It's me when I'm being passionate. It's who I am, but I'm wired for passion. I'm wired for love. I'm wired for growth. I'm wired for contribution. I'm not wired for feeling sorry for myself or being a victim or,
Except when the government's mean to me, then I'm the greatest victim of all.
Being depressed. I was totally depressed. But, I got to that point where you start deciding whether you think you're going to stick around or not. And it woke me up. I realized when I'm depressed, I have nothing. So I used anger initially. I got pissed off to give myself energy to overcome things. Then after a while, I didn't need the anger. I just found the passion.
Yeah. God, it was so good.
Yeah. I didn't hear what you said, so I'm just gonna ask you something else unrelated because I wasn't listening.
It feels like sometimes, maybe I'm having a therapy session with you as per usual, but it feels like we're inside of a world now that's not too big a fan of passion. Like it feels like, right? Like it feels, it's sort of that, the tall poppy syndrome or the high.
Victimhood. Oh no, who's not a victim? Let me turn it into a victim story immediately. People don't like passion anymore. I just happen to be the most, you and I are the most passionate people in the world. We're the poppies. We're the tallest flowers that have ever existed. And people hate us for it. They hate us for it. And therefore I will suffer. I'm not a victim though, but I am in this one case, and it's very sad for me. And I know you can relate because, no one just loves you so much. And I just, it's just really hard to be me sometimes, but I'm going to do it because that's what I believe.
Highest nail shall be hammered down, that you show up with joy and life and like, I'm going to do this thing. And immediately it feels like,
people treat it like it's fake or it's phony or it's bullshit.
Yes.
And
it is. That's because it is. People are waking up to the reality of your grifts, you dumb. I shouldn't say dumb. They're not dumb. They're smart. They're actually geniuses. We're the dumb ones, okay, for the record. We're the dumb ones who are eating this shit up. Well, at least me in the past and other people. I don't know. That's all. That's all I can say. They figured out the system. It's actually the system that's fucked up. It's capitalism that rewards dummies like this. There you go.
Yeah.
But that's the season of winter, honey. In the springtime,
honey. Oh, he dropped the honey. That's the season of winter, honey.
Yeah.
But that's the season of winter, honey. In the
Thanks, honey.
springtime, everybody loves you being up and lifted. So if you're going to let the season control who you are, then you no longer have yourself anymore, right? You're just adapting to the environment. If you adapt to the environment, you're going to live like everybody else lives. So it's like I get.
Yeah. You're going to live how everyone else lives. She's like, I said that once and they hated me for it. I actually said that.
I want to be relatable.
I said, I don't want to be relatable anymore. And they hated me for it.
Get that. I've lived long enough to see the summer times also are like that. People are like, this is bullshit, optimism. I've never been a positive thinker. I don't teach positive thinking. I teach intelligence, right? Seeing it as it is. But
she's responding to it. She's like sending an email. She's like, yeah, you're never positive. You actually hate everything. And you just, yeah, that's right.
Not worse than it is the secret. Most people see it worse than it is again, so that they don't fail, so they don't feel like they get their hopes up and get disappointed. Well, if you don't get your hopes up, you don't change anything. That's why you got to come up with a vision. That's why you got to get the strategies. But if you're looking for affirmation from society, you're not a leader. Think about it. Most people follow the rules of society and they get the base lowest level of what society offers. What makes you a leader is you create your own culture. You create your own standards. And whether the world rewards you or not, it's like I always say to people, like, why do most people fail at the game of life? Number one, they don't know what the purpose is. I don't mean you have to have a perfect, beautiful purpose and all that. I mean, just like, what's the purpose of this game?
Make money as like guilt-free as possible. Get yourself to be so rich that you can avoid every normal human problem.
I believe it's to grow and to give and to learn and to laugh and to love and to leave a legacy, right? But whatever you think it is, if you don't know the purpose, how are you going to ever win? And then they don't know the purpose, but watch this. Here's why they fail. They have 100 million rules about how it's supposed to be played. You're supposed to do that, not do that. You're supposed to be this way and not be that way. So they're always running into some inner conflict. And then the third reason they fail, they don't know the purpose. They got lots of rules. But then on the other hand, when they do the right thing, they don't get rewarded. And when they do the wrong thing, they often get rewarded by society. So
like you guys, specifically, you're doing the wrong thing. In my opinion, you're getting rewarded by society. So just keep doing that. Who cares?
So that it brings people into a place. And then the last thing is they make everything life and death. So how do you win the game of life? You decide the purpose, not a perfect one, not something language so gorgeously. Just what's the essence of my life about? What am I here for? I think we all know you got to grow. If you don't grow, you're going to die.
Oh, who came up with that quote? Whose quote is that? It's like, who said it first? Is everything that Rachel said just Tony Robbins repeats? Or is it Tony Robbins stealing from Rachel Hollis to see if she's going to call him out on it?
You're not, and if you grow, you have something to give.
If you're not growing, you're dying.
So at a fundamental level, it's those pieces. But what else? Is it to be enjoyment? Is it to spread love? What is it for you? And then, okay, I'm going to have a lot less rules. I mean, you got 4 children. You can relate to this. I saw a CNN piece years ago, and I never forgot it. It was a story about them making a commercial for Double Mint Gum. Well, they used to use twins all the time, twice the flavor, twice this.
Yeah.
And they did one with...
I know gum. I've heard of gum, yeah. I don't chew it, though, because it's bad for me. Because my boyfriend told me that gum is dangerous. She literally said that, by the way.
With families that had quintuplets. 5 children born at the same time. And I think it was 5 families with 5 quintuplets. And when they're filming this behind the scenes, it was total just chaos. All these kids going everywhere. And there's this one man I'll never forget. He looked like he was, in his early 60s. His face was he was sweaty, he was all broken down.
I have no idea where this story is going. You couldn't pay me to tell you what the fuck's going on. Amanda M says, and he wants to watch us die?
What excites me most is to see a person die.
It just excites him the most. That's it. Not to be confused. Oh boy. Thank you, Maddie. Or sorry, not Maddie. Maddie is a different person. Amanda M. Thank you, Amanda M. Sorry, I scrolled too far up. We're almost at the end. We're almost there, guys.
I didn't look really healthy. And they interviewed him and said, what's it like to, have 5 kids? And what's the most important thing you've learned? And he said, I've learned that you can't have too many rules. Because with 5 kids, you have too many rules. Someone's always breaking them. You're always reacting. And he goes, it's like, you probably think I'm older looking than I am. He goes, I'm 30.
So structure your life so intensely that you have to give yourself incantations every day, and you have to show up for your life, and you have to work out, and you have to keep yourself healthy, and you have to not let negative thoughts in, but also don't have any rules. Okay.
38 years old. I couldn't believe he was 38 years old, right? I was like, he goes, so I finally learned. It took me a long time, but I've learned. Can't have too many rules. Well, that's true in life. The minimum rules to win the game that are good for you and other people, not just good for you. And then you got to reward yourself. If I do what's right and society doesn't reward me, I reward myself. If I do something wrong and society rewards me, I punish myself, not heavily, just enough to not go there again. And then I take myself lightly. You know, there's an old phrase that says, why do angels fly? Because they take themselves lightly. It's not all life and freaking death. And when you do that, life is...
It is when you're rich. Yeah, that is how life is. Yeah, I can just lose a couple mil this year. I can gain a couple mil. Who cares? Easy for you to say, buddy.
It's a different game.
Man, I want to be really conscious of your time because we're at about an hour and I don't know how long you're allowed to go today.
I got about 10 more minutes.
Okay. He just said he has no rules in life. I don't know how long you're allowed to talk for. According to him, he can talk to infinity, and I'm sure he could.
About 10 more if I do my next one, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I want to circle back to something that you said earlier about disappointment and how disappointment is, I forget the exact quote that you used, but like
success, it either drives you or
so like
destroys you.
unpack that, like unpack how is disappointment, which every single person listening to this has experienced.
She's so bad at listening to quotes, remembering quotes. She can't hear one for 5 seconds ago and repeat it even. Yet she'll slap her name on it and claim that she's like, you know, all sage and wise.
How is that something that is for us?
Well,
not
because,
to us.
Well, first of all, you can't avoid it because you have certain expectations no matter what you do, right? So it's going to be there. The question is, what are you going to do with it when it happens? If you let it destroy you, which is what some people do, they lose their compelling future. They give up on what they're doing. They say, well, this means I'm not doing the right thing, as opposed to this challenge, this disappointment is a speed bump on the way to success. It's jolted me, but I'm still on my course. There'll be other jolts along the way, and I'm going to use this to drive me. I'm going to take this disappointment and just double down. And so that's an emotional habit. It's a decision. It's like every day we're making decisions.
What?
If you say, why is your life the way it is? Whatever you're proud in your life, your children, your life, your business, whatever you're really most proud of.
My boyfriend.
Came from decisions you made years ago and maybe some ongoing decisions you're doing that make it continue to be better, right? And if you look at any of your life you're unhappy with, it's because decisions you made probably years ago. I mean, most of us can think of a decision.
Beth Peters, thank you very much. Beth Peters put a purple cat. But unfortunately, Taro is sleeping on the couch again. She's ignoring us. She came over here for a minute and was like, no, I'm out. So I'm sorry that Taro will not be joining us most likely tonight. I apologize. And for that I say,
their building's bigger than yours and their furniture's nicer than yours.
I would like to see Dave Ramsey and Tony Robbins fight it out for who has the bigger dick. I mean, I can't imagine. Like, get the measuring tapes out. Let's go. This would be a fight to the death. I'm all for it. I don't know who I would support in that. Possibly Dave Ramsey, to be quite frank. Even though I don't like him at all, I think some of his work is helpful. Tony Robbins, I don't think anything he does is helpful to anybody.
Whatever. We hate him.
I'm just going to play that from now on. Thank you, Beth Peters. And LCV Maddox, thank you very much. They say Tony Robbins is Rachel's plan B in case Kez kicks her to the curb. That's why she's I-effing him. Yeah, I think she would. Well, I don't know. That would be two personal development people in one couple. So look how that happened with her and Dave. Didn't work out so great. I think she needs to be the leader, and the man she's with needs to be the content volunteer, the content sacrificial lamb. So for that I say,
this beautiful Latina woman.
Unrelated.
Who is this white chick?
Rachel Hollis.
It actually was the most mature thing I have ever done.
Nice. LCV Maddox, thank you very much. Okay, we're so close to the end. We can do it. We can do it, guys. Power through.
You have a wig in your panties.
Maybe 5 or 10 years ago you made, or more, that if you made a different decision, your life would be completely different. Go to a different school, different career, marry a different person. I mean, completely different life. Better or worse, I can't tell you. You know that more than I do, but it'll be different. So you got to realize that decision is the ultimate power. It's like, what has our God given us? It's choice. Like, that's clear. You can choose to believe whatever you want. You can choose to live however you want or not live however you want. And we all have that choice, at least if you live in a free society. So
Unlike
decisions
America.
we make, there's 3 decisions we make every moment.
It's no longer free.
If you make these decisions differently, your life's different. The first one is, what are you going to focus on? Because I tell people, you're not experiencing
Rachel
your life
Hollis
right now.
snark.
You're experiencing the life you're focusing on. See, if you focus on some aspects of your life, you're going to be pissed off or worried. But to be pissed off and worried, you have to delete all the things you could be grateful for. If you're really having a great life right now, you're deleting all the things you could be pissed off about. So it's whatever you focus on, that determines the control of your life. And there are habits of focus. Some people focus constantly on what's missing. I know some of the most successful people in the world that are successful externally, but not happy internally, because if you're constantly focused on what's missing, that's good to do in your business once a week, once a month. But when you do it every day with your whole life, when you're constantly focused on missing, you're going to feel empty. You're going to feel not enough. And some people have the habit of constantly questioning, right? So focusing on what's missing might help you start to find answers. But if you do it all the time, it feels
I ask after 56 minutes of screaming.
overwhelming. And during COVID especially, people tend to focus on what was missing. And so they got more depressed. The second decision habit would be around the, focus is going to be, do you focus on what you can control or not control? And, you think about it, so many people, especially after COVID, so many things were outside your control. It was natural to focus on that. Well, that feels depressing. When people feel happy, it's because they feel they control most of the events in their life, not events control them. In order to do that, you have to develop muscle, emotion, and you have to develop the habit of focusing on what you can't control, because there's tons we can't control. You can't even control your body if you go to Mexico and eat the wrong thing. Come on, you can't control your own colon, right? You can talk about it all you want with your mind, but it's going to take over.
I thought you said every physical ailment is your own fault and, just caused by your own beliefs last time you talked to Rachel. Now that's not true. If you go to Mexico, throw that out the window. Okay. And that's also like, roll my eyes, boomer humor.
So there are things that we influence but can't control. We got to focus on what we can control. And then some people focus more on the past, some the present, some the future. We all do all 3. But the habit of so many people focus on the past. So if you're constantly focused on what's missing and what you can't control and how the past is better than now, you're going to be depressed no matter how many Prozac drugs we give you. But if you focus on what you can control and what you do have in your life and you build on success, and you focus on the present, what's beautiful, and or the future you're creating, that combination creates a different life. So a different focus alone changes your life. Then when we focus on something, the second decision is, what does it mean? Is this the end or the beginning? Is this person disrespecting me?
Please.
Are they challenging me? Are they coaching me? Or are they actually loving on me? Whichever one you pick, whatever
Don't
meaning
love
you
on
pick,
me, please.
will create a biochemical change in you instantly called emotion. And so if you think you're being disrespected, you're going to respond differently than if you're being loved. And then out of that state, you make the third decision about what to do. Well, in an angry state, you're going to respond very differently than in an appreciative state. Is God punishing me? Is that why I have this problem? Is God challenging me? Is God giving me this gift of a problem? Is it a gift? Or is it not God at all? I've been a lazy bastard, and so I haven't done my part, and I'm blaming God, right? Whichever meaning you come up with is going to be the way you live. Is this the end of my relationship or the beginning? If it's the beginning, you're going to be completely different than if you think it's the end. So our decisions about what to focus on, what things mean, and what to do, that pattern controls our whole life. You change those 3 patterns, you change everything.
Yeah. Well, and when it
Yeah. Okay. Rachel, wrap this the fuck up, please.
comes to disappointment, the idea that you can experience the disappointment, be frustrated by it, be sad, like give yourself that moment to feel those things, and then go back to the 3 pieces of advice you just gave. What are you focusing on? What does it mean? And what are you going to do now? And I think going into this new year, for a lot of people, it was like, okay, just get through 2020 and then it'll be, then we'll be okay. We'll have answers. We'll have, a solution. Then
10 days to stop the spread.
Right. And then 21 and then 22. And okay, now we're moving past this thing and now we're dealing with the fallout from, what the decisions that we made in government during that time period, right? So it's
a little smirky there. The decisions we made in government. I'm the biggest liberal of all time. Just remember that Rachel interviewed Joe Biden at some point, and that was her path forward. She's acting like, oh, I'm a Trumper, wink, wink. yeah, maybe she is now. I don't know, but it's like she's just playing to her audience. Like I don't think she actually has these beliefs necessarily, but she wants him to like her, so she'll just like, the government did it, like you said.
The hits are going to keep on coming. Like there's always going to be something. And even if we're not talking about a global pandemic, there's always going to be something in our lives, like really justifiable excuses, like not like fake ones, like legit reasons why we shouldn't have that. That shouldn't be our life. We shouldn't keep pushing. We shouldn't stand up and go again. But I love the simplicity of like, what are you looking at? What does this mean? And what are you going to do next? So,
and those decisions are being made unconsciously right now for everyone listening. Every moment you're making those decisions. But if they're unconscious, then they're the same every time. And so your life doesn't change. When you awaken to what you're doing in that area, that's when your life really begins to shift. And that's really why you got to immerse yourself in a different environment, because the world is not going to reinforce these habits. You know, if you want to be average, the average person is not fit. They are not healthy. They do not have a great relationship. They're not doing well financially. I'm no idiot, but that doesn't mean that's how your life has to be. But see, it's like studying people that are ill to try and get healthy. No, I study people that are successful to figure out what do they do different. And that's what I've done through my
Didn't you study your depression cases in your audience?
life. And that's also how you compress decades into days. How do you get results faster? You learn from other people's experience who spent decades doing it, so you don't have to go through the trial and error of figuring it out. They've done 20 years of that. They know the answer. Now you can do something in a week or a month or a year.
Is that what you
might
offer?
have taken them 5 or 10. It's like we want our kids to stand on our shoulders. We want them to do better than we're doing, right? But we have to first take control of our own life to do that. And it's really not that hard, because what you said is true. There's always something that legitimately could stop you. So your question is, am I going to pray it's easier, or am I going to get better? And listen,
get worse.
Pray to get better and then do something to get better would be the right combination. I believe prayer is very valuable, but faith without works is dead, right? You have to do your part. And I think all of us have that opportunity. And that's what I'm just trying to do, is give people triggers and tools and new environments so they can make new decisions and have the quality of life that they deserve regardless of the season.
Yeah. Well, I'll say it again for listeners. I feel like there's literally nothing to lose in this challenge that you guys are doing.
Except more of your time that we just wasted. Your sanity and you being manipulated for 5 days straight.
I know you're going to serve so well. I know there's a load of information. And I just want to say this too, like, you don't, speak in sort of nebulous, general, what you're like, do these 4 things.
He speaks
it's very
nebulously.
very tactical. So I want to
And also, I want you to know, I'm also bringing to this
Oh my God.
some of my friends.
Shut up.
Jamie Kern-Lima, I think you know from It
Absolutely.
Cosmetics.
Yeah.
She was, listening to my stuff, working as a waitress in Denny's, and now she's worth $1 billion selling her cosmetics. And they already told her she couldn't do this. You're not pretty enough. You're not thin enough. All this bullshit that people told. But she connected with women a different way. Or,
we need to talk about her at some point. I don't know if she's scammy or not. I mean, she's definitely in the scammy circles. The Jamie Lee, whatever. She was on infomercials with the It Cosmetics for years. And she was on Jay Shetty's stuff, involved with him. So we need to look into her more.
Sarah Blakely, who was the first, youngest female billionaire with Spanx.
Who?
And how she did that. And I've got Matthew McConaughey joining me. He's a friend because he's an actor. What's the point? Well, to become one of the greatest actors of his generation, the amount of rejection, the amount of fail, the amount of disappointment, and how he dealt with that, like what he did.
They're cutting him
to
off.
get where he is. So you'll be joining me with some of my friends for these experiences. And I know you'll find it really profound.
Awesome. Well, we'll put the link to sign up in the show notes. And as always, thank you so much for serving and sharing wisdom and hanging out. I really appreciate the time.
I always enjoy our time together, Rachel. BecomeUnshakableGirl.com. That's where they're going. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. I know you're in the midst of a crazy day, so wishing you luck with the rest of your press for this.
Well, and I'm glad you finally get to be off now with your family. Go play with those 4
I'm going
kids.
to the beach. Tell your girls I say hi. Give my love to Mary.
I will. Take good care, honey.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Honey, bye, honey. Bye, honey. Oh my God, we just barely made it out of that foxhole. We barely survived that one, everybody. Ooh, that was tough. That was tough to swallow. It was almost as tough to swallow as Tony Robbins' COVID that he probably has. Get that check, buddy. Get that cough checked out. That ain't good. That ain't good for the career. Okay, we are going to dinner because we have a visitor in the house, and I've already gone an hour over than I anticipated. So thank you for joining me. I'm going to sing my song to all of the Pancake Breakfast Club because I cannot rescind on my promises. Okay, that's the I have integrity. I went to a Tony Robbins conference and I learned integrity. Get some. But yeah, we learned a lot. It was fun. I'll be back again. And peace. Bye. Bye. Tony Robbins can shut the fuck up. It would be a day that I would be in luck. Rainy Cannon, walking in the sunshine. Starry nights got me thinking in the sunlight. Nicole Hensley, she is such a Bensley. That's not a word, but the song doesn't require words. The Jerry, au contrary, how does your garden grow? Nicole Campbell, she doesn't gamble, but Vegas is where she calls home. Probably not. Charlotte, that's also a place in North Carolina. I've been there before. Laura Wallace, she is flawless. I've used that rhyme before, but it makes sense because it's true. Angela Arnold, who knew? You were so dang cool. Just like the perception trainer, she knows all the rules. And Marley Hannon, she be standing at the top of the class because she's number one in my heart. Like Chels Marie, she just got on a jury. That would be cool. What a coinkydink. But I don't know if that's true, so we'll just sit and think about it. Alaska Blood Tundra, she makes everything fundra, just like Tony Robbins doesn't do. And Rachel Hollis is not as flawless as Crystal G and Kimberly Cassay times 3. That was rough, and I'm sorry. Alice in Wonderland 66, she would never say, what about that chick? Maybe she would, but not in this song. And Joms, he's got a job working as a millionaire janitor. Kimberly Harris smiles. She is watching Lila Crocodile. One more time. Kara Soto, her favorite animal is the extinct dodo. It might be extinct, but it's still really cute. Tiffany said she likes to wear suits, and we like that. Oh yeah, like Darby DeFord. She wants some more. Some more of what? I don't know. Ask Brian and Nicole. Hey! And Dave Kelly, he likes peanut butter and jelly, his favorite sandwich in the world. And we're coming up on the last name, not Jenna Cash, she's going for fame. Oh yeah, 'cause she's got a lashes company that's really successful. Check her out, circlelashes.com probably. And you can get your lashes tinted and extended and looking really cool. That's the only rule, but don't tell Tony. And see everyone next week. It's been fun, and this song rocks. Also, Oklahoma rocks. I forgot to say that a few times in the last couple songs, but it needed to be said. And I won't be dead. Oh yeah, okay. Oklahoma. I want to go to they. Never been before. The capital is I don't know no more. So my brain doesn't function cause I listen to 2 hours of Hollis content. That's a lot, that's a lot. Tony Robbins, he's got problems. I wanna find out if he's a divorcee or not. Him and Heidi can get together, cause they can be lovers forever. She can love anybody. And Tony, he's got lots of things to study. Yes. Goodbye. I'm not gonna wait till the end because this never ends.